Anyway, happy July 4th. I hope you guys are safe and happy, whether you guys decide to celebrate or not. I know lots of folks are kind of, what's up, Blue Sun? So far, so good, friend. Faith and Hope story of Monsanto. This one's, I have I don't want to say like a special place in my heart for Monsanto because I really do think if anybody's going to start like a zombie apocalypse, it's likely going to be these folks. And their like main facility is only about 30 minutes from where I'm sitting right now. So if I'll let you know if you know, what was it, Left 4 Dead? Which one has the bees that sting people and turn people into zombies? 10 seconds on the end the day with the same amount of fingers you started with. That is the trick. Talking about July 4th. I'm definitely that dad who has almost lit his own kids and wife on fire. So I will take that advice to heart, friend. This is a good song. Let's run this NC Wyeth. I think this is pretty neat. Again, this is it's not that old of a book, but I thought it was pretty neat insofar as the artwork. Also, if you're a book collector, NC Wyeth did a lot of illustration for books, or let's just say his artwork was used for illustration in a lot of books. So he's definitely one to keep an eye out. If you see illustrated by NC Wyeth, it's generally worth picking up. Insofar as like collectible books go. So I thought that was I love the art books. I love just flipping through them, you know. Almost lost a finger only once. If you can go through with that scenario and not lose the finger, I find people generally don't risk those fingers a second time. You know what I'm saying? Maybe if you blew off your fingers, maybe it's time to or almost blew off your fingers, maybe it's time to be a little bit more chill with the boom booms. Have a little more respect for the fire. So I'm glad the lesson wasn't any more difficult to learn. So let's run this. Oh goodness. I thought I had it right here. Did I not? Oh, I do. Cool. What's up, bookmongers? Kind of a chill stream. Got lots available. We're going through the pre-bids right now, and then I'll start pulling random stuff and talking about it. This is the new Lottie Moon, a Catherine B. Allen story. The dust jacket is struggling a little bit. The book itself is in perfect condition. It is signed, I believe. Love Anna. Yep, right here on the front page here, and then something up top there. Show that to you. This came from that one lady's collection that I reference every now and then. The really well-traveled lady whose collection I was able to save. So this was kind of in there. So fun book, fun. We'll run this. Not 100% sure what it's about, but we appreciate the pre-bids coming in, guys. I see them as they're coming in. We will run them as fast as we can. Get you what you need. What's up, Addie, Michelle, book lover, April? Real chill stream. Feel free to look through everything at your leisure. I know there's going to be a lot of streams today, so you guys can bounce around as needed. Just if you see something you like, just throw a pre-bid on it. I will absolutely get to it. I can get a little rambly at times, so it's not always super fast. All right, let's do this. Let's do these Carl Sandburgs here. These are really nice. So one things that we do sometimes, this is volume 1 and 6. There's 4 more volumes in the middle. I generally try to keep these until I can complete the set, but I thought these presented really, really well, and all of the gold and everything looks super good. So I thought people could use this for just decor as well. So very nice set. The Sangamon edition, it says here. So. Oops, some illustrations. I'm a sucker for a good illustration. That's no lie. The picture, it will remind. Anyway, you guys get the idea. Let's run these. 10 seconds on the clock. What's up, Addie? SM Breedlove, wherever you might be. I appreciate the pickup. This is a nice set of books. These are really well made. Nice embossed thingy on the cover on both of them. So, all right. It's neat. I can't remember where I got those. I got them somewhere, though. What else we got here? Let's run. I think I have this Britain one right here. Yep. Kings and Queens of Early Britain. I know they teach this in school and stuff, but Britain and that whole area of the world was like the American Empire before the American Empire was the American Empire. Like we were a colony of this empire, and now we run things, and they're our kind of like vassal state, right? It's interesting, but yeah, these guys used to be the big bads before America was the king. So run this for you. Baby Grandma, thank you. I bumped into Baby Grandma in someone else's stream the other day. That was a lot of fun. Was it the C-Max show where he had all those really nice vintage paperbacks, which were really fun to look at? All right, let's run that. We got this Mother Goose here. We'll run that next. I think it's right down here. This I found just the other day. 750 nursery rhymes illustrated, full color, black and white. Here's your end papers. Very fun. Kind of flip through this, show you the art. Pretty good shape. Not perfect, but pretty good. So some nice full color plates. I love Pearl Jam. Anyway, you guys get the idea. Beautiful book. Dust jacket is pretty all right. Here's your boards. Boards present really well as well. So there you go. 1986 on that one. 10 seconds. Thank you, Baby Grandma, one more time. Blake, good to see you, friend. Chill stream. Come and go as you please. Everything's listed with photos. I do that so I can relax when I stream. I don't have to stress out. It's all there. You guys don't have to wait on me more often than not, right? Let's run. What are we going to run next? Let's run this Flowers and Plants and International Lexicon. This got into a little bidding war pre-show. So we'll take a look at it real quick. And I bet you I know why. It's because it's got all these really cool illustrations inside it. Almost every page has a graphic. And so whatever you might, for your own use or for an apocalypse book to have in your shelf when stuff goes to shit, or if you use this for crafting or whatever, there's a lot of uses for this particular book. Let me show you the boards. So there's that. I would probably present it just the green book. I think that's pretty cool. But it was there. So let me run this. We'll do 15 seconds on this just to give everybody kind of a moment. And no, we'll stick to 10. What's up, sweet mama? This is a cool one. I can't remember where I found this one either, to be fair. Thank you, Yusuf. I don't think I've seen you come in yet today, but I'm sure that's probably why you put in a pre-bid. Makes sense to me. We're going to run this 1932 Pathology for Nurses medical reference next. This thing is super cool. Not in the best condition, as you can see, but it's got a lot of illustrations. And I know as here you go. And I think there's some color ones in here too. Yeah, let's check all that out. So 1932 on this one. Practical Nurses. I know there's more. There was hearts and shit. When does there not? So anyway, you guys get the idea. So cool book. Principles and Practice of Nursing. 2nd edition revised. 10 seconds on the clock. What's up, Cindy? I can't remember what you bid on already, but whatever it was, you got already. I'll look in the list in a second. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate you, friend. Giving that one a new home. Let's run this Aesop's Fables. Another one for Baby Grandma. Where is this one? We have some really neat stuff in this show. I can't wait to start pulling stuff out randomly. But I do want to get these pre-bids ran. I think it's down here. Maybe. Hold on, I think I have to get up. There it is, I got it. Don't fall, books. All right, this one's really cool. I love Aesop's Fables. Grimm's Fairy Tales. I love them all. I love them all in their original format. Warnings intact. So, very cool, very classic. Nice little hardcover there. 10 seconds. What's up, Castibianca, Mama? It's Cindy, yay. I like it when you're happy. I like it when people are happy, as a general rule. Whoop, thanks for the bids here, guys. Always appreciate it. Whoop, thanks, guys. Let me grab the next one. Whoop, appreciate it, sweet mama. Thank you very much. I'll keep my eye out for more of the Aesop's Fables. The next one here I thought was extremely cool, especially with my background. I used to be a professional photographer before the world kind of collapsed a little bit. And still to this day, one of my favorite things to do is to collect old like photo collections and just kind of go through them, see what can be seen, maybe retouch and fix a few of them. I think it's over here. Hold on. Oop, maybe not. Maybe it's over here. I always forget I have books over on this side too. 5-star Weapons of Warfare. Nope. Hold on. But this thing is, it teaches you how to like find the details in your photos and like hunt down your families and stuff. It's cool. Here it goes. So again, this isn't necessarily like a super old book in of itself, but it covers old like subject matter. Learn how to find genealogy clues in old photos and solve family photo mysteries. We could do a whole YouTube show and do nothing but just research on old photos, trying to find like old details, like an address, or, you know, using the details in the bottom of the cabinet card to find the area that it's just so much fun. There's so much history that's already happened. And, you know, because we only hear about like the big moments, right? But like we all, like each individual has their own like little history as well that is part of the larger whole. And I like to learn that stuff too. Anyway, fun book. 10 seconds on the clock. Could be a fun little trip for somebody. And then plus from like a collectible standpoint, being able to identify the photos helps you like get the photo in front of the person that might want it. You know what I'm saying? So super fun time. Appreciate the bids on this one, guys. Thanks, Junk Paper. So yeah, and if you guys ever find really cool, please share them with me. Like I will eventually. I have thousands of photos in the back. Eventually, we will start doing like old photo shows. I just haven't got there yet. But really cool book. Thank you. I was really like super excited when I saw that. I might flip through it a little bit before I pack it. Not gonna lie. I didn't have a chance yet. I picked that one up yesterday. We're going to run this cookbook next. I thought this was pretty cute. Let me see. Of course, I got to find where I put the dang thing. There it is. This is really cool. I want to tell a quick story real quick. You see this box set? Okay, I was at the bins yesterday, right? Which is the Goodwill bins, who always have the scanners that put all the books in carts and stuff. So this box set is a Book of the Month Club set. Henry David Thoreau, I believe is how we pronounce his last name. Very famous author. A lot of you guys probably know who this is. So having a good relationship with people like that sometimes may frustrate you a little bit, because I know we all get frustrated a little bit at scanners. There's no barcode on this. So he can't scan it. There's nothing he can do with this. So because I've always, treated those folks with respect, and I do respect them, right? They're helping me save books. And they know I like the old stuff and the collectible stuff. So the dude literally just walked over and handed it to me. Do you know what I mean? So just a little anecdote. Just be nice to everybody, especially, As best you can. Obviously, if someone's being rude, punch them in the face. But that's not what I'm saying. But you know, I just thought it was really neat. And we don't speak I don't speak the same language that they do. I don't know what language they're speaking. It's either Farsi or Hebrew. I can't tell the difference. But yeah, I thought I'd share that. It's not often I get reminded that humanity is awesome, but they reminded me in that moment that humanity can be pretty all right. So anyway, neat book that I didn't talk about at all. Book of Sinfully Delicious Snacks, Nibbles, Noshes, and Other Delights. I really liked the dust jacket on this one. I just think it's a neat little deal there. So, but anyway, that's a true story. But just be nice to everybody, especially other book people, regardless of why they're book people. You know. Appreciate the bids here, folks. Thanks, baby grandma. This is a neat cover. I really do like that cover. That's super fun. All right, let's do, I think Ghost Girl I have somewhere here. Let's do the Sorcerer's Apprentice. I have that one handy. That one's right down here. This is another one I thought was just really, really rad. The artwork in it is just really cool. Dust Jacket obviously have some issues, as you guys can tell. It is an ex-lib. Duello Elementary is actually the school district from where I'm from. So all that being said, Blue Sky Press. Look at that artwork, though. Like, for realsies. Oh, no. But this is one of the probably coolest. Like, look at that shit. Like, what the fuck is even going on here? Excuse my language. If you guys don't know, I cuss a lot. I try not to cuss live, but in like my real life, I cuss like a sailor, and I probably make a few sailors blush, but probably not if you actually know sailors. They don't blush for much. But damn it, I'll get close. Fun book there, Sorcerer's Apprentice. 10 seconds on the clock. Yeah, this has got neat artwork in it. I don't normally do the X-Libs for the show just because I like to have the nicer, but the artwork of this was just way too cool to not offer, if that makes sense. Somebody's got to have that. I can't keep it, so somebody. Thanks, Anna. Happy 4th to you as well. This one here, My Little Pony, My Magic Rainbow. I believe this was a booklet that would have came with a vinyl record. I am a brony. I appreciate that friendship is indeed magic. My wife also likes My Little Ponies, and my oldest was really into it for a long time. So we watch the old stuff and the new stuff. So I will generally always pick up the My Little Pony stuff. 1985 on this one. $1. What's up, Lord Jupiter? Always good to see you. Sean Co, good to see you. Chill stream, lots of stuff. I got everything listed because I know you guys, you probably want to bounce around. There'll probably be a lot of shows today. Taking advantage of the fee. Thank you for picking that up, baby grandma. But I lost my train of thought. I think I have this right over here. All right. This is a kind of an older one. This probably does qualify to be in the old shit show, as it were, because it is, in fact, old. The Man Who Was by Kipling. Nice, like gold lettering, I guess you would say. It's like a floral pattern. So here's the inside. Nice green red. Would have had to gone through the printer twice. So The Man Who Was. I am not familiar with this particular story, but this is a cool little book. 1905, we'll run that. What's that vintage, Lewis? Is that, we'll call it OG Coupe. It's a nice, fun little guy. We appreciate the bids, folks. Thank you, Anna. Appreciate it. Set that over there for you. Let's do this Buddy Bears cookbook. I thought this was, congrats on platinum. That's the top, isn't it? Grats, friend. Let's do this little kid cookbook. I thought was super cute, too. Just got to find it right quick. I thought it was right down here. All right, 1 second. I think I got it over here. Hold on. Here it is. Ooh, fast. Okay, Buddy Bear's No Cook Cookbook. I had never seen this copy. It's a weekly reader, I think is what this is. What does it say on the back usually? Yeah, weekly reader. Very collectible. The weekly reader, they printed a lot. I love any sort of kid cookbook. Anything that gets a kid in the kitchen is a bonus. So, and this is a cute little thing to do, especially if you got like a 8 to 10-year-old. Probably it's pretty. Anyway, anyone would benefit. But 10 seconds on the clock. What's up, Cornbread? Diamond is the top. Okay. I have no idea what's going on half the time. What's up, Anna? Thank you, Anna. Grab that. Let's run this Norman Mailer here. I have it sitting right here. This does not have a dust jacket, but I think it presents really well despite not having a dust jacket. I like that in the front. And then I like kind of the minimalist spine there. The silver and red really pops. Red linen boards, nice cut edges, as you can see. A little bit of an issue here. You're still staying strong, but you're probably going to need some tape in the near future. And then 1948 is the year on that. Norman Mailer wrote a ton of stuff, and he was quite the personality during his time. I don't know too much about him. Any classic horror in this show? I don't know if I have a lot of horror in this show, friend. Also, what do you mean by classic? Thank you, Colby. Are you talking about like Dracula, Frankenstein, or are we talking, 70s VHS? Nadam, Ray, always good to see you, folks. But I don't think I have a ton of horror in this one. Usually on my shows, you can just... if you type the keyword horror, I usually try to put the keyword in the title so you guys could check. I do have the only horror that I think I have in this one would be Parlor Games by Robert Marasco, 1979. I think it's over here somewhere. And I'll pin it so you can read it. But I don't necessarily have it in front of me. No existential Lovecraftian stuff like that. That is also one of my favorites as well. Victorian horror is really good. Absolutely. Yeah, nothing like that. Not to give. I would also like that, to be fair. I love me some Cthulhu. Where are we at here? What did I just pin? Life Magazine, Most Notorious Crimes in America. This is actually a hardcover book. I saw a pre-bid coming on that as well. Run that. Oop, I think I might have to get up one more time. I think it's in that other stack. Oh, you know what? I think I ran the wrong nurse book earlier. This was the nurse book I was supposed to have ran. The one that was already bought. Yeah, okay. I'm glad I caught that and didn't send the wrong book. Let me switch that out. Hold on, team. That one's still available. All right, let me grab this true crime book. I need a hand. Ooh, don't fall. All right, let's look through the true crime here, and then we'll do the cookbook. So this is, again, a contemporary book. But I thought, since we were talking about America, I'm a little black-pilled, so this is a neat one. Okay, who is that? Pamela Smart. So crime, for what it's worth, it does a lot to shape what we've got going on in any given country. Not just ours, obviously, but all countries. But we'll run this. I write horror, so I consider it research. There you go, LG Wells. And then as such, it's a tax write-off, right? And you know what I'm saying? So appreciate it, Cassie. Thank you. I think at some point I did something similar. Like I was like a tech director for a company. So I would, I think I would write off like going to, anyway. I probably shouldn't say that out loud. Not that I did it often, but. Oh, no, what was it? For a while there, I was going to do YouTube videos, and then the stuff I would buy, like the collectible that I would buy for the show, you could write that off, right? Because you're buying it for the show. So, where is that little booklet? Okay. We're going to do these at the same time. First, we're going to do the picture cookbook. 1956 second edition, fourth printing. Maybe ask your tax accountant first. LG Wells. So these are classic. I don't see these picture cookbooks as often as I do like the 5-ring binder ones. But every household, every house that I go into that has cookbooks either has like this one of the Better Homes and Gardens 5 rings, or the 5-ring of this, but not a picture. So one of those books that like brought us all together. Very fun. Appreciate you, Anna. Thank you. Yeah, I was listening to Steve's stream today, and he taught us all how to do tax evasion. It was great. During an America stream, which is even more appropriate. Anyway, I got jokes. Closet, what's up? You just came in, did you? Anyway, Darwin Voyage of the Beagle Harvard Classics Deluxe Edition. These are kind of mid-century modernish. This one's 1937 edition, but this is the 62nd printing from 1969. So this was printed quite a bit. Here's some of the artwork. No, we're just saying. One of the folks in the chat was saying that they write horror for like a living. We're looking for horror books for research, and I was like, it's a write-off. Anyway, Charles Darwin running it. I mean, technically, wouldn't it? Would an actor not like the things that he buys for the role that he's about to do? Would that not be tax deductible? Again, I'm no accountant. But I'm just saying, why not? Why not? Here, Presto Cooker recipe book. I love the old stuff. I know you guys like the old stuff. Not in the best shape in the world, but it's cool and it's complete and the binding's tight. So very fun. Very fun. Love the old cook stuff. I guess it depends on if he's itemizing, but yeah, no, sure. Like I'm being like kind of tongue in cheek, but at the same time, I'm kind of not being tongue in cheek. But yes, talk your accountant. And it does matter whether you're itemizing or just doing like the deduction and blah, 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 blah. But Around the World in 80 Days by Jules Verne. Thank you for this pickup, by the way. What's more American than tax evasion? Come on. Around the World in 80 Days by Jules Verne. I mean, you guys probably know by now, but like I'm like further left than leftist. So I'm like a raging anarchist. So I'm not hip on the I do think in a society everybody does need to pay their fair share. You know what I'm saying? Or else you don't really have a society, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? 1969. Start that 10 cents. How do your cookbook shows turn out? I really need to have one. Baby, it really just depends on like the quality of the books in it. They do pretty good. I'm probably going to move some of the cookbooks into the normal shows unless I get like a whole house full of cookbooks. But yeah, they're worth doing. I haven't quite like found a day that really like nails it, like, because I don't know if it's as good to do those as night. I've been I tried one at night and it didn't get a ton of folks in it because I'm sure but during the day I think they do a little bit better. But I don't have another one like lined up right now, but that could change in a moment's notice. Like a lot of times when I source, I might find like one or two good cookbooks here and there. I am probably just going to start throwing them in this show for the foreseeable future again unless I get like a whole ass house. Because I noticed like at least in my experience, like folks are really kind of looking for the more fun collectible ones, not necessarily just like the umpteenth, like how to cook chicken book. You know what I'm saying? So it just depends. I usually do the shows based on kind of what I've found. And since I don't get to, it's kind of chaotic how I source. And a lot of it's up to like, I don't want to say random chance because we hedge our bets as best we can, but a lot of times it just depends. Oop, I don't know if that's... I got grabbing this next lot here. So I found a bunch of these Reader's Digest being used as decor, and I know I sell a ton of Reader's Digests, so folks can do exactly this with them. Is this the right one? Yeah, that's the right one. Okay, cool. Another reason why I do photos is I make sure I have the right one. So again, these are just old like Reader's Digest copies. Somebody took paint to them. This is probably what a lot of the Reader's Digest that I sell fresh end up looking like. And then they did some sort of embellishment on there. So purely decor, very cool. They did all the work for you type of thing. So 10 seconds on the clock. But yeah, we're out looking all the time. We haven't found like because sometimes we'll go into a house and there's like book shelves, cases, full of nothing but cookbooks. I haven't found one of those houses in a while. Thank you, Junk Paper Scissors. Appreciate you. Set that down there. Let's do this typewriter book next, 1947 on this one. I think it's right down here, if I remember correctly. But I'm looking. I'm always looking. 20th century typewriting, 5th edition. This is kind of a neat little thing. Oop, oop. This is another thing I wish like all kids need to know how to do is how to type. I'm having a hard time getting my kids to understand how much life better is when you know how to type. And like but anyway, how to type, how to cook, basic home repairs, stuff like that. 1947. I don't know how to fix a house, so I need to learn how to do that. The Bad Seed by William Marsh. Is that one I have? I could run that for you if you'd like. I'd like to sell them before someone has to move them. Yeah. Appreciate you. I don't totally understand the context of the comment, but like we always move them. It's like part of the deal. Like we get like a lot of collections relatively cheap, but the labor is like what we're paying them. Do you know, does that make sense? Like 50 boxes out of a basement and you need to get it out in 2 days. Like what would a junker cost, charge? So we don't charge that. We just come get the books, but before I die, okay. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Thank you for this, by the way. Yeah. I thought you just meant physically, like move them from one place to the other. Let's run this antique book lot next. It might take me a second to find the right one. Golden Hawk, yellow. Whew, that is not the right one. That is, though. decor. I didn't know what else to say. I get a lot of old books, guys, tons and tons and tons, and we do not throw anything away. So, just nice linen boards, clean presentation. I try to make them like topical. This one's like kind of math centric. So, a little bit math centric. Honeymoon for 7, the golden. Anyway, colors matter too. So running this one, 10 seconds. I appreciate this. I see a lot of people doing like books by the foot, and it's kind of what the jam is for this. I know like half price books in places are starting to do that now, and I think it's a really good way to. How'd you come across an 1891 Doctrine and Covenants? I can grab that. I have it. It's right up there, and we can flip through it. I found it at the Benz. Like no shit. I found it at the Benz, man. It was nuts. And honestly, I didn't know what it was when I picked it up because I just pick up all the old books, and then I don't normally like even look through them sometimes until I get them home. And I'm in Missouri. So this would have been the location that I picked that at would have been 10 minutes outside of like St. Louis City proper. Is that why I found it here? Is there a big Mormon? Yeah, there is. Over on if you go over to the other side of the highway, 6041, there's like a gigantic, normal, very expensive looking Mormon temple. I never really thought about that, but does St. Louis have a larger Mormon population like comparatively to other places? I've never really thought about it, to be fair. Kind of let religious folks do their own thing. Oop, I'm looking for that chocolate book. Chocolate! Choice chocolate. Where are you? Choice chocolate. But I'll grab it in here just a second. Missouri is where they had their Zion. Oh, okay. No shit, Anna, I know nothing about this. Really? I was unaware that the Garden of Eden was here. Let me know where it's at. I'm going to go hang out. Maybe get us some food. That's funny. Like for realsies? Like they really do believe that? That's interesting. Chocolate. Where are you, chocolate? Ooh, we do have some golden books in here too. Here, let me run this real quick. I did see a pre-bid coming on this one. I don't want to make you wait too long. Yeah, I have no idea about any of that. Something for me to learn. It's the crazy, yes. Scratching your neck. Y'all got any more of them doctrines? The more you know. I had no idea. The only thing I really know about Mormons is from a horror book that I read. Apparently they believe in their religion that you can like ascend to godhood or something. I don't know anything about it. Oop, this one does not have a pre-bid. We'll run it anyway. I thought this had a pre-bid and doesn't. Cruden's Complete Concordance. We'll run it for $2. Does have a binding issue, I believe. It's starting to come a little loose. Probably will have some tape in the future. But 1930s. But anyway, the only thing I know about Mormons is that you're not allowed to go into their temple if you're not Mormon, which is fucking weird, by the way. You know what I mean? Like, why can't I see what you're doing? But anyway, 1930. We'll run this for $2. And then like apparently you can ascend to godhood, but and this was a book. This is a fiction book. Is a horror novel. I think it was by Dean Koontz maybe. But apparently they like some guy took the ascending to godhood a little too seriously and kind of ran with it and murdered some folks. And again, anyway, horror book. You get a planet and become a god and goddess if you have they don't do polygamy now in modern times, but that's still what is taught. Oh Lord. Yep. I don't think that's for Steve. I apologize. It's taken me a while to find something to run. Let's run this real quick. Andrew Norton, Warlock of the Witch World. Ace paperback. This is 1967. I believe pretty good darn shape for as old it is. A little tear at the top, but other than that, it's tight. So very nice. I'll keep looking for that chocolate book. What's up, Common Ground? Always good to see a friend. Pin name for a woman writer. Cody Brown made a whole living off that, and then all his wives left him. Oh no. I know nothing about this stuff. I've got to learn. I don't know any Mormons. You know what I mean? So I just it never comes up. I'd be willing to hear their pitch. Pitch it to me. Oh, here's that chocolate book, I think. Oh, Heritage, where are you, friend? There it is. Okay, cool. Sorry about that. This is a big fat one. Heritage Cookbook. I thought it was appropriate for today's topic. Pretty nice book. Love cookbooks. This is a big one. A lot of old references, different ways of doing stuff. You know, and if the world ever collapses, knowing how to do it the old way is probably going to be good for everybody. You could be the apocalypse cook. I want to be the apocalypse cook and the apocalypse librarian, because I think those are going to be two very useful things that people will end up protecting to keep. So please make yourself useful during the apocalypse. You grew up Mormon. I'm not missing anything. Okay. Alice Mary Norton. I have a couple of her books. She's an interesting writer. I have to check it out. Thank you, Anna, for this pickup here. Yeah, very, very limited. I have a lot of, I spent a lot of time in like Christian circles, especially like, let me grab this one. But yeah, I don't know anything about Mormons. Don't fall. Yep, that's the right one. Cool. Run this next. Another book lot came from the same place as the other one. 2 embellishments. I'll let you look up close. So again, if you're ever curious why people pick up some old Reader's Digest and stuff, this is one of those reasons. I see people in my antique mall selling that stuff. I wonder if they're buying. I wouldn't be shocked. I wonder if they're buying the Reader's Digest from me plain and then like taking that raw material and then just reselling it in the same antique mall once they've prettied it up, which I am totally cool with. Like, I am happy to continue to supply their art needs. They do look pretty cool. Like I've always known like people do crafts and stuff with them, but I very rarely a lot of times also I'll see covers like ripped off the books and like the whole like unit of books is painted white, and then they'll take like string and do it that way. I'm down for what Reader's Digest always. And the cool thing about Reader's Digest too is, man, when you go into a house and you're there to pick up all the books or whatever, and if there's one Reader's Digest, there's usually like 30. And some years are cooler than others. I like the older like 50s and 60s ones. This is called the Junior Instructor. This is also another Ben's find. They are jacked up. Binding is messed up. I thought this would be cool, and the reason why I went ahead and picked it up is because I thought folks could use it for junk journaling, and the bindings are still there, the whole deal. So, and there's 2 of them. So I've got it in there for $1. So just, colored plates, lots of old illustrations, but definitely a raw material, as they say. 1918 is the year on these. So do with them what you will, friend. 10 seconds. Personally, I like a lot of the Reader's Digest children. Oh, I do too. I do. The spines are really nice. They have a fairy tales one that I really like. It's really pretty. And then I like their like best loved stories series. Like they've got like the old Reader's Digest. Some of them look like really pretty. Oh, and the kid ones with the fun. I have a couple of them over there, actually. I might grab them here in a bit. Thank you, Junk Paper. Appreciate you. But these are neat. These are old as hell. I mean, it's always weird because when you talk about books, like they've been around for eternity. So like when you say old, it depends on who you're talking to, right? Like to like the new generations, like a book from the 1980s is old. You talk to somebody like me, and I'm usually 1800s, 1900s is old to me. But then you talk to like antiquarian booksellers, and they're like 1800s is like newborn baby books. You know what I'm saying? And anywho. Lost my train of thought. Kurt Vonnegut is next. Between Time and I'm not overly familiar with this Vonnegut story. Hopefully, there it is right there. Between Time and Timbuktu or Prometheus 5. I read a little bit about it. Apparently, he uses like other characters from his other books in this book, which I think is a really neat. Especially if you've read a bunch of his other stuff, sounds like really cool fan service. But I've not read it. I don't know too much about it. It is now on my list now that I know that it exists. Share this. I appreciate the share there, baby grandma. The oldest book that I've seen, not that old. I mean, old, but not like crazy old. Early 1810s or just the early 1800s, the zeros. Thank you, Kaufman, for the pickup there. This is a good one right there, that Vonnegut. So, it was I sold it for about $300 to $500. I can't remember exactly what I got for it, but it was even at 1805 or 1815 or whatever it was. It was still, it was a fourth edition fishing book. Had beautiful plates in it. It was a really nice book. I found it in a huge collection. And I dug deep, and it was at the bottom of the pile. It was neat. I wrapped that sucker up. But that's probably the oldest. I very rarely find anything older than 1860. Once I get into like the Civil War type era, the books just stop showing up for some reason. Not that I'm not looking. I'm looking. But like in my normal sourcing, like every now and then I'll find a collection that has like just full of bangers. But it's usually like when you find one, you're finding like 10 because they're all together. The best loved poems of the American people. And I tell you what, if I could do nothing but like rehome those kind, I mean, I probably wouldn't just do that. I'd get bored, but I'd really like to work with more folks with those kinds of books in addition to like going to the bins and all that stuff. Cause I do like saving the books that everyone leaves behind, Sometimes I'm sure you guys do this too. I kind of anthropomorphize the books a little bit. I kind of think of them like little people. Let me run this real quick. What is this one I just said? Oh, there it is. 1936 is the year on this one. What are some books that you keep and just can't bring yourself to sell? Oh man. Nice. So I'm a huge fan of books that kind of like lets you in on that maybe the world isn't the happy, glamorous place that people perceive it to be or present it to be. It is those things, but it's also like not so great. So I have a hard time selling like early copies and editions of books like that change your perspective. Like if I were ever to get like a really nice copy of Brave New World or 1984 or Animal Farm or something like that, and it was a nice edition, I probably wouldn't be able to let that go. Yeah. Civil era, I find most people keep and don't look. Yeah, Civil War era is tough if you can even find it in good condition, which isn't always. But probably those, and also just like books that maybe like have impacted me like in a big way, because it's kind of random sometimes how books hit people, and I have a tendency to keep books that remind me of lessons I've learned. Almost like a tattoo. Like I feel the same way about tattoos. Like I love tattoos, and for all the reasons that people get tattoos, I'm certainly not a gatekeeper of any kind. It's your body, do what you want. But for me personally, I like tattoos that remind me of things. So whenever I find myself losing my way or losing focus or not staying true to the commitments that I've decided are important to me, those tattoos are a reminder. Do you know what I mean? And again, my personal reason, I am not a gatekeeper in any way. You want to get all tatted up. My wife's got tattoos on her arms and stuff. But books to me are the same way. Art is the same way for me. Like anything that makes me think. So I hope that answers your question. To be fair, I don't keep a whole lot. I'm ADD as shit. I really do like being a foster parent to stuff. I like having something cool, getting all the oodles of joy out of it and the dopamine out of it, learning about it, and then it's time to send it to someone else. I need to keep very, very little, if that makes sense. Also, I kind of moved around a lot as a kid. It's hard for me to keep stuff because I still, even at 43, just kind of have that and I'm aware of it, and I'm working actively to try to not be this way because it's not as bad, but that like impending doom feeling. So I'm always ready to pivot, and you got to stay light to pivot. So I like to collect historical books that I think would be burned in a book burn. Yes, that books like that. Yes, and 100%. And that's honestly one of the motivations for doing kind of what, this is I do think we're in a very different part of the stage of humanity. And I think people who read books, save books, and just keep books from hitting the trash. I think that right now of all times, I mean, it matters a lot in history. I'm not saying this time is, there's a lot of shitty moments in history, but this is the one I'm in. So this is the one I can react to. It's important that we keep these books from hitting the trash. It's important that we put the books and make them accessible to folks who may not even know that they exist. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm screwed. I have all heavy things. Cassie. I moved a lot too. Most of my children's collections are things I had at one point and then left behind. And yep. I get messages all the time from people, eBay especially. You could tell it's somebody who just very thankful that I took the time to list a book that wasn't necessarily like valuable, but was valuable in a sentimental. We already ran that. Thank you, Kaufman. Does that make sense? Like, I enjoy when I get those messages. It makes me feel good. And I like to feel good. So I'll try to do that more often. But I think it's cool because, everyone's got kind of a different path in life, and some aren't as fun as others. And sometimes it's nice to be able to reclaim that random ass thing that brought you joy in that moment that you needed joy. Do you know what I'm saying? So, and you never know what it is, something completely innocuous to myself could be this like huge thing to someone else. So I try to see the value in all things. You know what I mean? So there's a kitty is shitty moments in the present too. Yeah. So it's a nice one, Lone Ranger. Appreciate that. Thank you. I never did find that chocolate book, did I? We will find that chocolate book. New York Times Book of Houseplants is next. I appreciate everyone hanging out with me on the holiday. I did try to get in here early. Ooh, where's that chocolate book? Miracle at Midway. We still got so much stuff left. It's cool though. Man, I love this song. I have to get up because I think it's in one of those two stacks there. Hold on. Here we go. I got him. So here's Book of the... Chocolate book, where are you? All right. I always get nervous when the books start to fall because usually when they start to fall, they don't stop falling. And one day you guys are going to wake up and there's going to be an obituary. I'm going to be like crushed under a pile of books. I was too ADD to organize properly. Hopefully it's a little bit later on in life, but who knows. So this is really cool. I love stuff like this. Plants are a real easy way to not only upgrade the space, but they just make you peaceful. Some of the plants really help filter the air. Aloe is, plants are good. And again, we need apocalypse gardeners too. We need apocalypse librarians, apocalypse farmers, apocalypse cooks. I've never started even looking at older books until I found your show and you take the time to look in the books. Oh, I appreciate that. They're fun, man. You can find all sorts of crazy stuff in here. Book bounty, little stories of people. Like, I love finding the notes like folks write, when they're reading the books. Anyway. Gardeners would be on top of the save list. Hell yeah. You need cooks, librarians, farmers, probably some doctors and stuff. You know. Am I okay? I think so. Hold on. All right. Mycology is next. And so this book, when the apocalypse comes and we're all forced to live underground because of climate change and we all have to move to a fungus-based diet. So somebody will need to have this mycology book ready to go. Mycology is, I believe, fungus, right? Is that what a mycologist is? This one's cool. It's got to like pull out little thing. Anyway, you guys get the idea. Fun. I don't see a lot of old science fungi books. Hey, what's up, Beardman? Long time no see, man. Do you happy 4th? Whether you celebrate it or do not celebrate it. I know there's a lot of people not celebrating this year. I think I could live off mushrooms. I'm telling you. I've recently got my kids eating more mushrooms, sauteed mushrooms, and I didn't think they'd be into it, but they're into it. So, all right, this one's next. 2 crowns and a bee. Plus, another reason why I like old books, because it kind of helps you, like, when you flip through them, you kind of learn where you've come from. Like, how do we think the things that we think now? Like, what's the history of this or that? You know, and it kind of, to me, I've always kind of felt disconnected a little bit from, like, society and stuff and reality. But books are, like, they've really grounded me in a way that I really appreciate. You know what I mean? Because what is a book other than the thoughts of a human? You know what I mean? Hashtag neurodivergence. 10 seconds on the clock. Most mycology texts are really old. I would love to find an old one with like beautifully like Victorian like illustrated plates and stuff. So I have not seen one of those. That's kind of what the fish book I was talking about earlier was like. So hashtag neurodivergence. Right? World isn't made for us, so I decided to make my own. Good song to do it too. All right, we're gonna do this math lot next. Ooh, I'm on it today. I'm finding stuff good. So again, this is a bunch of old math books. We got college algebra, fundamentals of college, mathematics, calculus, statistical methods for students in education, and introduction to statistical analysis. So they're old. They look cool. You do whatever you want. Here's the fronts. So nice little old lot. These came from a mathematician's collection. So nerding out, $3 on this one, 10 seconds. What's up, books, bricks, and kicks? I love when you come in the chat because I have to like enunciate the consonants correctly. Like I'm in theater doing like pa 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 ba 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 ba. Do you know what I'm saying? For my theater kids. You remember. All right, so we'll run the, not Cowboys, but Boy Scouts next. This is a cool little Boy Scout lot. Lion Scouts, Bear Scouts. I love these old covers. They're really cool. Scoutmaster's Handbook, Troop Committee Guidebook, and that is not, that's not one. Explorer Manual, and then Troop Activities. So this whole lot together. I think I found these in 2 different places. I'm not 100% sure, but there they are. I was in Boy Scouts for about half a minute when I was a kid. I think I joined, I got their handbook, and then I read the handbook and then got bored. But I knew how to tie a bunch of knots. So it was kind of expensive to do all this stuff. You know, everything that was just, nothing's free. So we're going to do this Beatles one next, which is really cool. Dust Jacket's a little bit, the cover's really cool. This is one of those ones you might even be able to present without the DJ, but options. The Beatles were a phenomenon and a little bit before my time, but they are absolutely a part of our pop culture. Except for Ringo. No, I'm kidding. Everyone picks on Ringo. I don't know anything about the man, so. I didn't even know who John Lennon was until I watched Forrest Gump for the first time. And bear in mind, I was like a kid, but the song, I love 21 Pilots, yeah. I got to listen to their new stuff. Appreciate the pickup there on the Beatles, Kaufman. Let's do this Great Moments book from Great Stories Literature. I think I have it over at Shaw. Of course, it's at the bottom. Hold on. This is from the Globe Book Company, just kind of an old vintagey. Not going to lie, when I first saw Doyle, I thought it was Arthur Conan Doyle. But it is not. It's like Edgar Doyle, I believe. Or Thomas Doyle, rather. But still cool. Still cool. 1928, bunch of stuff. This would have been like a school textbook kind of a deal. So run that 10 seconds. It's because they thought that he was the ugly one. Yeah. Thank you, Anna. Whoa. Oh, running that. All right. Ooh, we got some bids on the Disney stuff. That's cool. Let's do that. Walt Disney, The Cold-Blooded Penguin. I had it right in front of me. Oh, there it is, right up here. Not too far away. Okay. So these were cool. I actually found these in the bins yesterday. They were in like a folded like bag, and no one took the time to look through the bag. And see, that's what I'm here for. I look through all this shit. I'm digging. I'm usually the last one there. So second printing, 1946. Just neat. Not in the best shape. Obviously, look. I hopefully took photos of all this, but very cool nonetheless. Right after the war ended, only $1. What? Good afternoon, everybody. Evening, whatever time it is. That's interesting. Disney renamed. Oh, what did they name it to? The Cold-Blooded Penguin seems a little like if I didn't know it was a Disney one, like I would think this wasn't a kid book. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, is this penguin gonna like murder people and shit? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, is there a dark streak in like page 5? He turns into a sociopathic, like resource. Anyway, you guys get the idea. That was probably one Pablo the Penguin Who Hated the Cold. That's probably a better title. Oh, that's funny. I didn't know that, but now I know that. That's cool. Oh, we got this one right here. This vegetable gardener one. Let's run that real quick. So this one, the Vegetable Encyclopedia and Gardener's Guide, it's an older one, and it's I will say 1,000 times, these skills are important to have. We should know these things, and just in case. And then if not, they kind of help take the edge off. If you can grow a little food, that's food that you don't have to pay for later. The trick, though, is to keep the growing cost effective, which isn't always. Sometimes it ends up being more of a passion project than like an endeavor to save money. Does that make sense? I've seen Pablo the Penguin, that one. So thank you, Cindy, for this pickup here. Run that. All right. What do we got next? This box set. Ooh, I know where that box set is, too. Right over Choff, I believe. Ooh, don't fall. Oop, that's not the one that has a pre-bid. I think it was Amber Faye's the one that has a pre-bid. All right. All right, let's put that one to the side. This is that 4-box set I think we got going on here. Yep, Encyclopedia Brown. Box set, little rough, but the books inside are great. Don't fall other books. We got 3, 2, 1, and 4. Here are your spines. Here's your book butts. So like I said, pretty good. The box did its job keeping the book safe. So get in there, guy. All right. Run this. 10 seconds on the clock. Beardman, welcome back. Mama, good to see you. Chris Kringle, fun name. Winrose, good to see you. Olga, good name. Watcha. Appreciate it, Kaufman. All right, let's do this movies book. A World of Movies, of Film History. I think I've got that right down here. We got a couple of movie books today. Though I am sad, I had an opportunity to grab a horror book and somebody beat me by like an old horror like hardcover like this, and that highlighted like classic horror movies and stuff. And somebody literally grabbed it 3 seconds before I did. I was devastated. And even though I had a cart full of cool books, still just the one that got away. But this is cool, full of good art, full size photos. Love that age. There's Wizard of Oz in there I just saw. So yeah, this is a good one. Nice one. 70 years of film history. Run this. Yeah, this is cool. Any Civil War? So SFC, do you mean books from the Civil War or about the Civil War? Okay, appreciate the pickup, Beardman. This is a good one. And I was thinking about you when I saw that. Published in that era. I don't think I have I don't have any Civil War books written from the Civil War. No. But I do have, I'm going to go ahead and say no on that. I have 2 books that are from that era, but I don't have them listed and I don't want to go find them. So I'm not even sure if I would sell them, to be fair. I have a Doré Bible from that time period. And then I have one other one I can't remember. Oh, some sort of like, I have I think it's 1868 on the one that I'm talking about now. It's like a compilation of old newspapers from some London publication. It doesn't directly deal with the Civil War, but it'll have Civil War-esque stuff from it, but it would be from London's perspective or from which one am I running here? Snow White? Yep. Does that make sense? So, but I have them buried right now. I can grab them for later on. So, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, 1974. And the Doré Bible has got some issues. I haven't decided whether or not I'm going to fully deconstruct that one. I don't know if it's worth getting restored. But for right now, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Like, it's pretty neat. It's fun to flip through, too. Like, the Doré Bible is altar size, so it's like the big one. So it's really, really pretty. Thank you, Kaufman. Did I run this? I did not run it. I didn't even start it because I am a noob. All right, starting this one, 10 seconds. Appreciate it. The newspaper one, I'd have to dig up. I don't know exactly where that is right now. Appreciate the pickup here, guys. Thank you. Let's get one on the Snow White. It's been a minute since I flipped through that. Ooh, everyone liked the golden books, huh? All right, let's run all these golden books. Walt Disney, Donald Duck. I have them all right here in front of me, too. Toy Train. This is a 49 center. If you guys are into golden books, just like comic books, the lower the price will mean that it's older, the older it is. The first editions of golden books, like they sell well. Like, definitely be on the lookout. And also the graphics are like, I'll show you one if we come across it, but don't sleep on the golden books. They're kind of like Goosebumps insofar as like most of them will be just like $1 or $2, but then every once in a while you'll find one that's like $50. You know what I'm saying? So people collect the shit out of them. We appreciate the bids. It was great seeing you and C-Max show. Oh man, that show was so cool. I did. I'm not gonna lie. I like bookmarked like half the books that he was showing in that show. They were so cool. And we did when we did the morning show the next day, it was all about his show. Thank you, Anna. Sorry, wasn't paying attention. But yeah, man, I threw it up on YouTube too. It was. He had some really freaking cool bangers in that one. Stuff I had never seen before. Reason 9,436. I love this platform. Is like there's so many people with so many different books from so many different places, and it's like ADD heaven. You know what I'm saying? I just want all of the book knowledge in my brain. So, very nice. Alice in Wonderland. You guys know. You know. Start that one 10 seconds. But that was a cool show. I really enjoyed that show. And like he streamed for so long. Like I streamed a long time too, but like you get to that 3 hour mark and you're like ready to just fucking fall over and go to sleep. That dude was powering through like 4 or 5 hours in. Mad respect. Mad respect for C Mac Finn. Let's give him a shout out. C Mac Finn is who we're talking about. Follow this guy. If you're not already following C Mac Finn, follow that guy. Great show. Really, really fun books too. And he knows what he's talking about. So, which is always fun. Early Embryology of the Chick. Hold on, let me grab that. This one here is pretty cool too. I really like the artwork in this. And again, from a collectability standpoint, from a value perspective, like sometimes, like look at the graphics. It's got writing and stuff in it as well, but it's a textbook. But the artwork on it is amazing. And I was not aware that this much science, I mean, I guess it makes sense, but like there's so much that goes to this. You know, we just go to the store and pick up our eggs, but, you know, there's some serious knowledge and effort and study and all of it. Like, that's another thing I think America gets wrong. Sometimes we look at farmers and people who grow our food as if they were these uneducated folks. This is the kind of shit they have to know. Like, I don't know any of this. You know, so mad respect. You know what I'm saying? Mad respect. It's hard to run a farm and a homestead. I mean, you got to know math. You have to know, you know. So anyway, you guys get it.
Well, we can't even run a garden.
Exactly. So mad respect. I still haven't found Tina Fey, Amber Fey. The Witness. Is that down here? Now you see me. Oh, there it is. Amber Fey for the prosecution of Scott Peterson. Scott Peterson, wasn't he the Terry Schiavo as well? Or was it that Lacey Peterson? I can't remember. But if you guys don't remember, I think this was, did he kill his wife or what was his deal? I never met Lacey Pearson and all I've ever seen of her was a grainy photograph on the internet, but I wanted to help her. So I don't remember. I remember this being all over the news, but I also remember this being all over the news. And I think they're getting mixed in my head. So anyway, we'll run this one. Pregnant while on Christmas Eve. Gotcha. Okay. Amber was his mistress. Oh. Damn. So this lady here was the witness that this guy killed her over? And then she wrote a book? Yeesh. I don't know, but I mean, I don't know these folks, so I don't want to like pass judgment, but dang. Seems like just staying home and reading a book may have been the play. You know what I'm saying? I sometimes wonder how much trouble that I have just avoided by just staying home and reading a book. You know what I mean? When in doubt, stay home and read a book. That's the play. I'm looking for the chocolate book right now. Hang tight with me, friends. We are getting towards the end of the pre-bids here, and then we're just going to start pulling stuff out and just running it and maybe do some discounts. And let me see here. Let me find this last book, though. Without a doubt. Oh, there's Ghost Girl. Got to run that one. Ghost Girl. I still can't find the chocolate book. Let me just knock these over. Chocolate book. I know you're here. There's always one book in every show that I have like gone like video blind to, I guess would be the way to say it. So we'll find that in a second. Let's run Ghost Girl. This song here always mellows me out. The true story of a child in peril and the teacher who saved her. So that's not a fun one per se, but run this one for $1. Yusef, I mean. Yusef, I saw you picked up something earlier, man. I appreciate the pickup. Good pickup on the baby grandma. Where is that cookbook? I guess when I start running stuff, it'll just show up. All right, let's move on. Let's do Ansel Adams here. That just came in. So Ansel Adams, if you don't know who Ansel Adams is, he is a very, very famous photographer from not too terribly long ago. Really famous for his nature work, black and white photography. Was the master of the print as well, darkroom. And this thing, if I remember correctly, is just plates, just his work. So very famous. Did a lot of teaching, ran a lot of organizations, really helped a lot of people pick up a camera and get to it. So very, 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 very classic guy. 1992 on this one. Preesh. All right, what is the spine of this chocolate book look like? Chocolate recipes. I wonder if I put it in the other stack and I put it with the old. Well, these are the old books. Is that Parker in there? We're talking to you? Gabe? Okay. Oh no. Just dropped something behind me. Help me find the chocolate book. I can't find this chocolate book. I think I left it in the back. Anyway, let's move on. I'm gonna run this chocolate book. Whoever won this, just bear with me. It's definitely here. I just don't know where I set it. So, but I want to run it so you make sure you get it. It's definitely here. Chocolate. Oh, there it is. Found it. Okay, I knew it was here. Hold on. That's good to go. All right, I found both the books I was looking for. We have Choice Chocolate Ooh, no. Oh, no. Who knows? If this comes loose, I apologize in advance. Don't come loose. All right, Choice Chocolate Recipes, Farm Journals, the ever elusive. Fun. I'm glad I found you. We're going to run this 10 seconds. Yeah. It's another good song. Thank you, Anna. I really appreciate the support, guys. What's up, Crochet Lady, Johnny, Notchko? Star Wars. I do have some Star Wars. So this show here is the old shit show. This show, we got a lot of old stuff or old centric stuff or stuff that I can loosely justify as being old. We do have a big show tomorrow night that is more recent stuff, sci-fi, horror, romantasy, classics, and over 175 lots in there. There is Star Wars in that one, and I am going to be adding more Star Wars to it. So feel free to check it out. Pre-bid's the way. And yeah, definitely give me a follow. We try to do at least one huge show a week. We end up doing usually 2 to 3 shows a week, all about 150, 200 listings. And then we do a morning show where I just literally come on and I just ramble on about bolos and we look stuff up on eBay and we just kind of just total nerd. So we're going to run this Parlor Games Robert Morasco next. This is a horror novel. I did not realize it was a horror novel when I first became introduced to it, but now that I've seen it and I know it's horror, I find this book not terribly often, but relatively often. So it's a fun one. So Parlor Games. We appreciate all the pre-bids that just came in, guys. Thank you very much. We'll get all these ran for you. 10 seconds on the clock. So, Beardman, appreciate you. Yeah, this is a cool one. Nice copy of this, too. Dust jacket's real clean. Except for that little spot at the top, but appreciate you. Let's do the films of Jean Harlow. She was quite the looker back in the day, this lady here. Old photos of her do really well. Anything centered around her. She was definitely one of those silver starlets. And if I remember correctly, she was kind of an interesting character on and off the screen. Like she was, and I mean that like in a very positive sense. If I remember correctly, she had spunk and attitude and all the fun things. So Jean Harlow. Magazine covers of her do really well, that kind of thing. So, 1972 on this one. Going to run that one. Appreciate you, Yusuf. Yeah. I love this old silver screen stuff. Love it, love it, love it. Also, like pinups and pullouts. If you guys ever get like old pulp magazines, definitely make sure that you flip them through them. And if there is a like a pull-up or a pin-up rather still attached to it, like look into that because those can be like 30, 40, 50, 60 bucks. Like there's people on eBay that just buy up large lots of those pulp magazines hoping just to find the pin-ups. So just something to be aware of if you're in this world and in this industry. Don't just toss that stuff. So this one's another really cool one. Did I pull out the wrong one? I did not. This is Del Shannon's Kill with Kindness. I think it's a Luis Mendoza mystery. Old BCE. I love these BCEs, man. One of the best police novelists around by the Roanoke Times. So, there you go. We'll run that for you real quick. I love this song, too. This is Hosier. What's up, Finders Keepers? Lena Cab. We're going to be on for quite a while, guys. Take your time, look through. Feel free to bounce around from show to show to show to show. I know there's going to be a lot of folks streaming today, which is a good thing, right? Like the more like rising tides raise all ships, and the more people we have doing shows, the more buyers hopefully will come to the. Thank you for picked up the American Needlework. So we're going to run this 1776 book left as soon as I find it. And you move, I move. We will come back to that one. I don't see that one right off the top of my head. What's this one? The Darkest Child. Oh, yeah. Let's run this one for Yusef. So I do try to offer the the both good and bad side of the American experience. For there's a lot of folks that do really well here, and there's some folks that it's a little harder than maybe it should need to be. As soon as I find this book, I will explain what I mean by that. Where are you, friends? I know you're here. Soul of America. 1776, David McCullough. Bear with me, team. I'm sorry. This actually was sold, so I'll go with that over there. Oop, hold on. All right. I think we have a pre-bid on that one. Oops, sorry about that. We're gonna pivot. I got a lot of stuff. This is an old antique book. Look, you see the edges. It is obviously no cover, no back cover. These are the inside in papers. Here's your spine, also kind of roached. But having said that, lots of plates. So lots of illustrations all throughout. If I had to guess, this book is probably 1880, somewhere in that range. Let's see if I'm right. Dramatic scenes. Illustrate 1857. I was close. So 1857 on that one. $2 starting now. Do you have any other nice coffee table books like the Ansel Adams? I have lots of coffee table books. And I even have some that are available in this show still. Do you know what subject matter you might be interested in? Like the photo books or... So we're going to run this Warriors at Suez next, as soon as I find it. Warriors at Suez. Hang tight. I think it's over here. Here's Warriors at Suez. All right. Sorry, I just need to get a little kind of reset organized. It's getting a little out of control. Warriors of Suez, Eisenhower takes America into the Middle East, and we never left. Middle East is... I hesitate to use the word mess because it is a mess, but man, it's a lot of hands in the pot. Doesn't always make for a lot, for a good recipe execution. Does that make sense? So we'll run that one, 1981, 10 seconds. Just looking to see what's out there, Nick. I've got quite a bit genocide. Yeah. A lot of folks over there and a lot of different, including ourselves. Warriors at Suez. Who asked me that question? Nick, I would just probably look through the photos to see what I've got available. We do shows with like 200 plus listings. This is the one we have for tomorrow night. I have lots. So feel free to kind of look through and all that. We need to stay a little bit on topic just so I can get through all these. Seasons of Snow and Sins, Patricia Moyes. We got a skeleton key on the spine. Just a really cool book butt. All right, so here is that. Run that for you. Only $1 on this one. 1960s. I went through but didn't see any photo books mainly. I went through but didn't. Okay. Yeah, I've got lots and lots and lots. My brother, man, you'll probably without having something specific in mind, I would literally have to. I have hundreds. So and most of them are outside in the garage in varying conditions. Hang tight, team. Alrighty. Sorry, we'll run these Bonapartes next. Random question: any old Alcoholics Anonymous or Narcotics Anonymous books? I probably do. On on the old Alcoholics Anonymous. There are Narcotics Anonymous books. I don't. Those are really expensive. If you guys don't know Narcotics Anonymous, like even just like the more recent editions, they're still kind of. You'll have to look this up. Don't quote me on it. I'm vaguely remembering. But the last Narcotics Anonymous book I found, I think was like worth about $85 or something. And like it shocked the shit out of me. I had no idea. And then the first edition Alcohol Anonymous books, which is like a red cover with more scripty writing than the blue one. Those are like 80, 90, 100 bucks. Those are like crazy expensive. I had no idea. We looked that up on our show the other day. I don't have any really old ones. I don't have any first edition stuff. I might have one of the blue editions running around, but I'd have to find. American Time and Indians next. Ooh, where are you? I feel like I just had this one in my hand. Didn't I not have this in my hand just a second ago with the Indians? Could have sworn I did. Folks, I think we're getting to the point in the size of these shows where it's going to behoove me to have a second person. Oh, here it is. A second person helping me. we might try to have Parker help me on the tomorrow night show. But anyway, American Indians, Time and the Law. I love anything that has the history of Native Americans. And again, like I love the idea of our country, but like we did these folks real dirty, and that's part of our history, and we need to not forget that. You know what I'm saying? So you can't love people in slices, as Sean Connery would say from the movie First Night with Richard Gere. If you haven't seen that movie, it's good. I'm looking for the Red Narcotics. Yeah, Nick, I don't even know if I've ever seen the Red Narcotics Anonymous one. That's a pretty rare book, from what I understand. I've never found an Alcoholics Anonymous first edition. Lots of the second edition, the blue one. I've only ever found one Narcotics Anonymous, and I didn't have it very long. Like that thing was scooped up almost immediately. We're gonna do this Q Creek Miners next. This is I think these guys got stuck somewhere or something is the story, and then this is here it goes right here. 77 hours that tested our friendship and faith by the actual miners that were in there. I'm sure they probably had a ghostwriter to help them, but ultimately it's firsthand account. You know what I'm saying? Shit's wild, man. Get them out. Things we do for resources. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, so our story, that's a good one. Probably kind of a lower print one too, probably. So appreciate it, Youssef. Mad respect to our first responders. And mad respect to people who do this kind of work. It's pretty thankless stuff, man. And like our world doesn't function without this stuff. So it's pretty, credit where credit's due. Yeah, I'm not overly familiar with what happened in that story, so you're gonna have to come back and tell me. But yeah, man, that stuff is Stillwell and the experience in China. Let me see where that is. Wow. Oh, there it is. Cool. Stillwell. So here's China, Stillwell and the American experience in China from 1911 to 1945. It's pretty wild Chinese history. I don't know too much about like ancient Chinese history. Probably more about from like Mao forward. But China's probably the next superpower, friends. If there are going to be any superpowers in the next 50 years, if America does step down from its role, as it were, I don't know if China would become the next superpower, but it would probably be a power. So probably good to learn about China now. 10 seconds on the clock. Without digging to the bottom of the earth. Yeah, it would be nice to not have to dig to the bottom of the earth for resources. But it's tough, man. Like, it's tough. Some of the stories, like the whole canaries in the mine and cage and all that stuff is pretty wild. You know, all the lithium mining and stuff that's going on right now is pretty wild. Oh, there it is. So here's just a nice clean copy of Napoleon by Felix Markham. Mentor book. So I guess some writing inside, highlighting. So lots of photos. Napoleon was a big deal. He changed the shape of the whole planet. 10 seconds on that. Appreciate you. Youssef. That's a nice one. Mentor book. 2-1. All right. Moving on to the next one. 101 famous poetries from 1929 is next. I know where that one is. Serrano Chong. All right. This is really cool. Kind of an older one's. Kind of like the linen board. This one. Oh, man. I got to. Hold on. I think I'm about to. I think I got a book about to fall over there. You stay over there. So 101 famous poems. I particularly liked this one because it had images of all of the poets. So it's kind of nice to know what folks look like, I guess. Ode on imitations of immortality next to songs of the Chattahoochee. So Sheridan's Ride. He was a general, if I remember correctly. So running that for you. 1929. Illustrated with portraits. 10 seconds. Thank you, Nick. If we explore China, 2025 is definitely way ahead of U.S. when it comes to so many areas. It really is. It really is. It really is. One of the things I thank you, Junk Paper Scissors. One of the things I really like to do is like listen to other like news. I try not to get my news only from American sources. But yeah, if you would listen to just American sources, you'd be like, China's backward. But then like you go look and like it's they're kind of kicking our ass a little bit. Straight to Hell, True Tales of Deviance, Debauchery, and $billion deals. Straight to Hell. Humor evocative of Stephen Colbert crossed with Gordon Gekko and Henny Youngman. I don't know those two people. I do know Colbert, though. I got assigned to Colbert or something somewhere. So you can imagine why I included this one in an America show. 10 seconds on the clock. Appreciate it, Yusuf. I like this cover too. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Oh, this one's really cool. This one here is from 1897. It's not in the like most perfect condition in the world, but it's like freaking cool. This is one of my favorite songs ever, too. Shep's Giant Library. Religion, drama, music, art, poetry, oratory, fiction, and history. Here's your spine. It is loose, though, so do be aware. Look at that. And then here's, like, the pages. But 1897, here's your frontispiece, which is freaking gorgeous. Love the red and black. And it's got plates all throughout. Stories of the Bible. Here's a list of your illustrations. Lots. Victor Hugo. I didn't know what that dude looked like till just now. That's fun. Henry Clay. Who else is in here? Paying the Reapers. Okay. Sunny. Anyway, tons of plates. Again, the binding is loose, so you can even use the binding, for something else, and you can still use the pages inside for something else. But it's really cool. I love it. I love shit like this. If I had more time, I would deconstruct it and I would do the images separately, but probably not in that good a condition. Anyway, 10 seconds on the clock. Thank you, Yusef. Henny Youngman was a comedian famous in the Borscht Belt and Jewish getaways in upstate New York. Okay, yeah. I had absolutely no idea. Cool. Yeah, learn something every day. Thank you, Yusef. This is a good pickup for $5. That's a cool book. That's a cool book. It really is. All right, we're going to do Winchester, The Meaning of Everything. I think it's over here. Is it? Yep, right there. Cool. All right. This is the story of the Oxford English Dictionary. So if anything, this is a biography on the dictionary, which is very cool. What is that? Oh, that must have been, you must have picked it up at an event. So, and this is a contemporary book. I know it's in the old shit show, but it's a history of books. Oxford University Press. Just a nice book. Cool topic. 10 seconds on the clock. Thank you again, Yusef. So this came out of, I think, someone's basement. So real clean copy. It's usually where I get my books, either like the bins or someone's like whole ass house. All right, here we go, right here. The American Girl's Handy Book. This is a contemporary reprint of an old book, which is how I justified it being in the old shit show. Very, very cool. Lots of graphics, just a lot of good topics. Everything a young lady should know in the Victorian age. Beautifully illustrated. And again, paperback contemporary copy of an old book, Centennial Edition. I got it in here for $1. 10 seconds on the clock. Christina, thank you. Appreciate you. This is a neat one. When I first picked it up, I thought it was about the dolls. The American Girl dolls. You know what I'm talking about? That's why, anyway, but it's not. But I don't know. All right, so we're going to run this nursing book again. I misran this one earlier, but I got it corrected. Principles and Practice of Nursing, 2nd edition, revised. Not in the best shape. Some writing in there, obviously, but it does have some really neat illustrations, as these things are wont to do. I think there was a red something or other in here. We looked at it earlier. Nursing and the Prevention and Cure of Disease. Wash your hands, wear a mask. Don't be Semmelweis. That's something I feel pretty passionate about, is medical staff masking and front-facing healthcare. Here we go. That's pretty cool, too. So, 1933. Because it is tough, like if because like a patient has to go in, like, okay, I'm going to risk getting an airborne illness when I'm trying to take care of my knee surgery, right? So thank you for that. And I think that's just silly. I think it's silly to have that even be an issue. All right, we're going to run this modern library, The City of God by St. Augustine. There it is. That is not it. Hang tight, team. We're going to run this one real quick. I think this is really neat. So I was over there. Here's the Bonapartes, which we can run too. Let's run the Bonapartes first too. That was a pre-bid. David Stacked, I believe this is a book club, but really, really cool. Love, 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 love the photos of the old plates. So Napoleon Let me run this real quick, get it out of here. 1966 BCE on this one. 10 seconds. What's up, cows? Lot 5. Ooh, lots of you folks. I appreciate everyone swinging by in and out. We'll be on for quite a bit longer, so there's no rush. I know there's a lot of people streaming right now. Everything's got a photo, so pre-bids are the way. I will get to the pre-bid eventually, I promise. We're going to run the private life of Helen Troy next, as soon as I stop running over my audio cable. This is a really neat one, Private Life of Helen of Troy. Old Erskine, love the linen boards, love the edged papers. Just presents really, really well. So anyway, you guys get the idea. Here's your front. John Erskine. Run this one real quick. Appreciate it again, Yusef. I really look for that St. Augustine. All right, for real though, where is it? This is a great song. This is Hosier, if you guys don't know. Speak. She's the last true mouthpiece. Oh, here we go. Maybe. Huh. I'll have to go check the back for that one book. So this one, I believe we had a pre-bid on. Gable and Lombard, 1974. We'll pin it right quick. Simon and Schuster biography. Some photos in here, always a good time. Clark Gable. Famous actor. Lombard 2, obviously. Start that. 10 seconds on the clock. Appreciate it, Yusef. We'll do Inside the Criminal Mind next. Knew where that one was. Immortal Wife is over here. Sorry, a few of these I'm having a hard time finding, but... And then we'll do that one next. And I think I have a stack of books in the back. I'll run and grab those in just a sec. I think the ones that I'm missing would all have gone together. And I may have just put them in the wrong stack in the back because they were newer, and I put them with the newer books like a dork. But that's all right. We'll figure it out. We'll get it done. All right, so that one was gotten. Appreciate it. All right, Immortal Wife. Irving Stone is next. This is Irving Stone's written quite a bit. This is, I think, a first edition. It's got the number in the corner, not a BCE. So, a biographical novel of Jesse Benton Fremont. I'm not overly familiar with who that is, but super cool book. So run this one, 1944. Welcome back, Beerman, Final Boss, Rachel, all y'all. So, all right, appreciate that one. All right, we're going to do Inside the Criminal Mind by Stanton. Is that a signature? That may be a signature. Stanton Seaman out. Anyway, if it is, awesome. If not, so... I love stuff like this. I love nonfictions. I love getting into the heads of folks. To me, this is no different from like reading a philosophy book, trying to figure out what's going on through some folks' heads. Only $1 on a start on this one. I've had this book for a while, so I appreciate you giving it a home, Youssef. I wasn't going to give up on it. Basic myths about criminals and crime. So, all right, there's that one. Guys, let me take about 4 seconds here and run into the back and see kind of what's going on here with these last couple of books, because I'm pretty sure they're back there. I just have them on the shelf. So let me run there. I'm gonna come right back. I'm looking around while I'm talking to you guys. So entertain yourselves for the time being. I'm gonna get up, use the restroom right quick, and then we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going forever. 7 story. I still got a lot of cool stuff left. I mean, it's all cool, isn't it? All right, let me move this. All right, let me go run in the back. I'll be right back, team. Let me write something. Be right back. Checking in the back for something. Smiley face. Be right back. All right, hang tight, team. Oh, did my music stop? Oh no, that made it so much worse. And then there's more people in here than there wasn't when I came back. That's funny. Sorry about the music. Anyway, found a couple of the books we were looking for. I misstacked them. So first we got the 1776 by David McCullough. I was building both this show and tomorrow night's show at the same time, so there's been some cross-mogination. So I have them. They're just in the stack for the other show. I had to dig it out a little bit. That's all right, though. I am far from perfect. 6 setup, Steve. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. We run it through OBS, multi-camera. We got a soundboard, a couple of lights. I used to... thanks, Brian. You too, buddy. Before I became a random guy selling books in his basement, I used to work for a media team doing stuff like this for a living. So when the world collapsed and then anyway, there's a whole story. So the immortal life of Henrietta Lacks or Gila cells, they basically took this lady's like DNA or something or whatever and basically use it for research. And they did it kind of like without her permission. And I think at this point in history, like her family has been made whole, but it definitely brought up a lot of like, ethics and, like rights of information and who owns what and what, like all that kind of stuff. So very important moment in history. We still use that lady's cells. So do you need a high powered laptop? Mine currently sucks. I don't know if I would attempt to do this with a laptop, my friend. It is a great book. This is a great book. This is right up there with like, Radium Girls and all of that. I use a desktop computer to do this, and because it needs to be able to handle 2 cameras. So I guess if I were to use a laptop, I would probably have my laptop like set on something using the for the front face, and then you'd have to have a separate webcam for the top down. Yeah, you're probably going to need. It doesn't necessarily need to be an expensive laptop, but it needs to be like one with some meat under the hood. Yeah. I would use like a gaming computer. Like if you could game pretty well on it, it should be able to do all this. No problem, to kind of give you a baseline on where you should be insofar as, yeah, but it doesn't need to be like top of the line, like Alienware. And I will say it is much easier to do with a desktop versus a laptop, but I'm also researching a laptop setup that isn't dissimilar from this, because I want to like go to the collection and just sell it from there, because sometimes folks, they don't want you to take it. They don't want you to, they're not willing, sometimes to sell it to you. But if you offer to like, look, I'll just come and we'll auction it off like here, and people are okay with that. So, on my list, I can, anyway, I used to teach league operators. I used to work for American Pool Players Association, and I used to teach all of their league operators how to stream their pool tournaments. So imagine, somebody with less than average computer experience, and I used to walk those folks through how to set up to do a top-down camera for their billiard matches. So, if anybody ever has questions about this stuff, eventually I'm going to make YouTube content and stuff about it. I've not gotten my shit together to that point yet, but it's on my list. This Dolores Phillips, who bid on this? Yusef, I'm just going to go ahead and run this. This is the Darkest Child Special Edition literary fiction paperback. I can't find it. It's in the back. It's on the stack. And it's in there on the tomorrow night show. I'm sure I'll find it when I shut this one down and I set up for the other one. So guys, we've been streaming for about 2 hours. This also the City of God, this modern library. I'm going to go ahead and run that for you as well, Yusef. That is also in the back there. I don't want to go like sit and like look through the shelves for hours. What I did is I have another show tomorrow night. It's like 200 lots in this one too, and I think I put some of these books in those stacks, so it could be like at the bottom. What's up, Adrian? Good to see you. Unfortunately, the Roger Tory, I am gonna have to not run that one. That one is gone. And then this book of astrology is actually in tomorrow night's show as well. So I'm probably not gonna run that. So let's just run random things for now, and then we'll do kind of discounts, and we'll hang out for about another hour or so, and then yeah. Pen. I'm just going to run random stuff. So this is right off the top. Speak to Me, Dance with Me, Agnes DeMille. If you don't know who Agnes DeMille is, she's a really famous dancer / choreographer. Hugely famous in the world. I don't know how famous she is outside, but she's pretty famous. So I'm going to run this real quick. Just a nice little biography. Atlantic Monthly Press. Agnes. So I have this listed in here for $2. I'm going to run it for $1. I'm going to do 15 seconds on the clock. So we're probably going to do mostly dollar starts, just on what's left of the remaining inventory. I'm just going to pull it at random, and then we'll see if there's anything left you guys want to grab for a deal. And then after we get through a good chunk of the remaining stuff, we'll probably after that we'll kind of bail out of here. This one's really cool. The Battle of the Somme, John Buchanan. This is a World War I. It does have some major binding issues. I think with a little tape you could probably get it, but it does have a lot of photos and stuff in it. So I didn't want to toss it. Do you know what I mean? So, and then if you guys saw that map already. So I'm going to run this for $1. Everything's going to be $1. All right, so you saw there. Anyway, you guys get the idea. Not in the best shape, but it's old as shit, and it's got World War I stuff in it. So let's run this for $1. Fold out map though, yep. You want to see it? I can show it to you real quick. Battle of Somme, where are we at here? Gonna run it for $1 as soon as I find it in the list. Somme. Yep. Oh, I already had it in there for $1. 1917. We'll run that. So let me show you the map again. So it's got, I think, 2 of these. Here's your binding issue here. So, man, this is cool stuff. 1914. So I guess this is not World War I, because World War I was 17 to 19, wasn't it? What year was this? Anyway, doesn't matter. So the next one we'll run is Detroit Free Press. This is a contemporary paperback, 300 Years of Life in the Motor City. Motor City's not doing so well these days. I thought I included this in the American History Show because Detroit, I mean, it's Motor City, man. Huge part of our culture, and cars themselves were such a huge part of our history. It's something that differentiates us from some other countries too, because they're so much smaller. Anyway, so $1 on this, guys. Any of you guys from Detroit? No takers on that. All right, no problem. What else? Oh, we'll run this one. This one's fun. So we'll run World War II, 4,139 strain. Oh, thank you for picking that up. I didn't even see that you picked it up. You made a liar out of me. I appreciate that, though. So we'll send that out to you. A lot of these I've come from the home. So we're going to run World War II. Trying to go a little bit fast. So we're going to run this for $1, guys. 4,139 strange and fascinating facts. Wings books. $1 for this. Be a good gift for somebody. So you get the idea. World War I. We'll run it for $1. Get it out of here. I need the space. 15 seconds. Try it one more time. Sometimes it'll say invalid product for some reason. I don't understand. So it's a good $1, guys. This is another really good song. We'll throw that in the booth. That's a good booth book. All right. let us run. What are we going to run next? This one's really cool. I'll probably expect somebody to pick this up. Daniel Boone, Wilderness Scout. This is an old one. Little bit of a binding issue here. Little glue. You can take that right down. But the end papers are really nice. Literary Digest. Check out that. I would probably call that your frontispiece, right? Just absolutely gorgeous. Daniel Boone, Wilderness Scout, illustrated by James Doherty. We'll do this real quick. Excuse me. Just really cool illustrations all throughout. And this is an older one. Like earlier, I was talking about N.C. Wyeth, this is he didn't illustrate this one, but the ones he does illustrate like look like this, if that makes sense. So we'll run this right quick. I have this in here for $5. I'm gonna run it for $3. I'm gonna run it for $2. It's 1922 illustrated. So just kind of give you. I am gonna run it for $3. This is a good one for my booth. Anna, thank you. Beautiful. And if I were to present this, I would present this like this, cover out, not from the side, but cover out. I use a like little plate. You can get them at estate sales and antique, like real cheap. They used to display decorative plates. I use those to display decorative books. Thank you, Beasley. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's a neat one there. So let me see what else we got here. We got best little stories from the Civil War. It's not from the Civil War, but it's about the Civil War. Civil War was a big deal. And it's kind of crazy to be thinking about the Civil War and then like thinking about like what we're doing now. Do you know what I mean? Doesn't it feel like what we're doing now is somewhat regressive? And by somewhat regressive, I mean hella regressive. I'm not digging this alligator Alcatraz thing either. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, but just a nice, clean trade paperback. You know, would have gotten that from someone's house. We're going to run that for $1. So appreciate that. Soldiers, sailors, spies, slaves, politicians, women, drummer boys, horses, and so many other faces in the crowd. Do appreciate you, Beasley. That's a good pickup for $1. Real clean copy. Appreciate it. Let's run something else. Let's run this Terry Schiavo thing. So we ran Amber Frey. This is Terry Schiavo. Is this the lady that was left on life support? And Silent Witness, former. So yeah. And then was it? You guys will have to tell me, or is this another murder? So does she have like a car accident? I can't remember. I remember this being, yes. BM Beasley says yes. So I'll run this pretty cheap too. I remember this vaguely when I was much younger. Do you know what I'm saying? So we'll run this for $1. We'll do 10 seconds on the clock. Silent Witness, Untold Story of Terry Schiavo's death. This good one about human rights and I think probably with long COVID and everything, like human rights probably needs to be up on everyone's like pay attention list. All right, this one's really cool. A lot of you might remember this one from being a young person. This I believe is a Reader's Digest, but one of those fun Reader's Digest that people have. That was it a good movie? I haven't seen the movie. I didn't know there was a movie. 1976 third printing. I had this as a kid. I remember flipping through it as a kid. It was a good time. It's got stuff like the Loch Ness Monster and, Ghostly Warning. And it's just a really neat book for a kid to, or anybody really, to just kind of pick up and just like, I don't know. I loved it. I flipped through this all the time as a kid. Probably explains a lot. Strange stories, amazing, mysterious facts, or whatever. Strange stories. Stories that are bizarre, unusual, odd, astonishing, and often incredible. So we'll run. I have it in here for $3. I'll run it for $2. In case anybody wants to pick that up. Relive your childhood. What's up, Joey, Kinsey? We're just hanging out, chilling out, no pressure, lots of photos. We're just I'm running in discounted things at this point. We've been live for a little over 2 hours. We appreciate the business. So you guys also had this as a kid. I loved this as a kid. And plus it presents really well too. So that's a fun one. That is a fun one. A lot of folks had that one as a kid. We'll run this one, I think, for probably it's already in there for $1. All right, let's run this one. So Milton Cross Complete Stories of the Great Operas. Just a nice, really old, presenting well book. Plus, if somebody comes into your house and they're like, "Ooh, you like operas? Like you're fancy, right?" So there's some line drawings in there. So we'll run this one pretty cheap. Operas. So I have this in here for $2. I'm actually just going to run this big dog for $1. That's a great dollar. 1948 on this one. $1. While that's running, I will look for the next thing we run. Maybe not Bruce Canton. Maybe not this one. Maybe not this one. Ooh, this is fun. Ooh, appreciate the pickup, man. Thank you. This is a good dollar. That thing presents pretty well. So, good dollar. When Hitler Struck America, with a cover that I have to cover up the swastika to be able to sell it. So this one I do have in here for $3. I am going to run this for $1. U-boats were a big deal. Like U-boats were to World War II what drones will be to World War III. For those of you who follow military stuff, Ukraine did this attack on Russia that used nothing but drones that were delivered by Russia's own delivery system, meaning they put them all in a semi. Then they paid a semi-truck driver, a Russian semi-truck driver, to haul it where it needed to be, completely unaware that the back was full of fucking drones. And then they parked that thing, and then remotely they opened up the top of the thing, and the drones came out and bombed like a fuel depot or something. So anyway, U-boats offshore, technology matters. Using it in interesting ways matters. So 1978, like I said, I'm going to run this for $1. About technology, if not, this will probably go in my booth. U-boats were a big deal. We had to like escort like merchant ships and stuff to make sure like our materials would get to where they needed to be. So, all right, let's run this guy. Another cookbook, Permanent Cooking Pleasure. This one stood out to me because just that cover is legit, right? And it's got some neat graphics. Oh, it looks like it might be instructions for waterless cooking. What is this? Stack cooking? What is this about? Oh, look at the graphics on this. Beef, pork. That's fun. Anyway, it's a cool little book. We'll run it cheap for you. Permanent Cooking Pleasure. Oh, Permanent must be the name of the brand. Anyway, 1971. We're gonna run this for $1. 10 seconds. What I say, yo. Thank you, Anna. Appreciate you. This is a good one for $1. The graphics in here are pretty legit. Hey, yo. All right. What do we want to run next? Oh, this is cool. Run this Collector's Knives. The official guide to Collector's Knives. I love stuff like this because I'm out and about in so many different places. It is beneficial to have like a working knowledge. Not necessarily an expert because you can only know so many things, but like glancing at something like this, when I'm out looking for books and an opportunity presents itself, it's better to have the knowledge than not have the knowledge. So I don't know what these are. Huh. So, but like trademarks and things like that, so you can identify. I have a lot of these that have to do with like dishes and stuff too. So you can basically identify maker's marks and stuff. So very cool. I thought that was neat. I thought somebody would like it. So we'll rent it cheap for you. Collector knives, where are you? So we have it in here for 2. We're going to run it for 1. 10 seconds on the clock. Thank you, Beasley. This is a neat little thing to have and kind of flip through. Like, not to be like gross or TMI or whatever, but a lot of times these kinds of books, I will leave it like, let's just say in lieu of using the phone, I'll grab one of these instead. If I'm going to be spending any time in any particular spot. If you know what I mean. Yes. Fun. Oh, this is cool. The art type 20,000 leaks. Appreciate the pre-bid on this. Let me find that for you, and I'll run that Ogden Nash too. As soon as I find it, I promise. Peace or Atomic War. Throw those away. Let's move Nixon out the way. Nobody wants Nixon today. All right, here that is. So it does have this. I did photograph the thing at the top there, but it is absolutely 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, which is really rad. Books incorporated. Just a fun little thing. I love it. 20,000 Leagues is a neat one. Jules Verne, 10 seconds on the clock there. Let me find this Ogden Nash. I feel like I just saw the Ogden Nash. All right, let's not do that. Let me look on this side. I got to remember to turn downstage. Like if I turn the other way, I knock everything over. Let me find this. What am I looking for again? Ogden Nash. It's a bright ass red cover. It's hard to miss. Where are you, Ogden? This one's cool. Emerson's Essays. I haven't ran that one yet. Ogden might be in the back. Ogden is definitely here. Let me go ahead and run that Ogden without showing it to you. Hopefully the photos can do the work there. I think I have it in that other lot. So I'm going to run that for you real quick. Appreciate it, Anna. So here's that one out of the way. Let's run this next, and then this next. All right, appreciate that, Anna. Thank you. Where? Anyway, it's all got to be here. Stamps and stories. Let's run this one next. The Carl Weber's Pleasures of Pipe Smoking. Again, this is kind of up there with the not cigarette, but the pocket knife one. It's just got kind of breaks you down, teaches you the different things. Pipes are super collectible. Super collectible. Meerschaum pipes. There's just so much. And people will pay up for this kind of stuff. And it's wild because sometimes I'll be watching an auction looking for the books and I'll see like a pipe and then it'll go for like nothing. And then I see another pipe and it's like $1 bajillion. And I have absolutely no idea why. I wonder if that's how people who aren't book people like look at, like sometimes when you're in an auction, like there's one lot of books that'll be like $3, nobody wants it. And then like one book is like $800. And I wonder if other folks are like, what the hell's going on here? But anyway, 1965 on this one. Just kind of a neat little thing. I'm going to run it for, I have it listed for $3. I'm going to run it for $1. So I've had this one for a little while. So I love little bits of knowledge like this. All right, run this one in the booth. Let's do the Williamsburg Cookbook. This is a paperback version of this. I think Williamsburg is kind of like a tourist kind of town now, kind of an old school. We have a kind of a local area like that. It's probably pretty similar. But kind of more pioneer colonial type cooking here, if I remember correctly. So we'll run that cookbook. Good shape. Sorry about the glare on some of these books. All right. Run this one for $2, I think. Should have ran that for $1. My fault. Updated and revised. All right, next one is the Battle of Arnhem. I think this is a French battle in World War II. The 9-day battle fought at Arnhem between 17th and the 26th September 1944 is one of the great epic tragedies of the British Army. Had the 1st British Airborne Division succeeded in holding the bridgehead until the arrival of the 2nd Army, Field Marshal Montgomery's plan of a single full-blooded thrust across the Rhine and into the heart of Germany might have been realized, and the war ended in the autumn of 1944. So the good guys lost, and the bad guys got to keep carrying on, and it took another year to kick their ass. What are you laughing at? My wife. Anyway, run this. I had it in for $2. We're going to run it for $1. That's a good $1. Christopher Hibbert. Old military. Not old, but about a battle a lot of us probably have never heard of. You know what I'm saying? So, all right. Put that to the side. So let's run these Henry David Thoreau's. These are Book of the Month Club. This is a contemporary. That looks like a sticker residue there. So these are book clubs. You have Civil Disobedience, which is kind of something we should all be reading right now. Walden, A Week on the Concord and Merrimack Rivers. And then the Maine Woods. These are really nice covers. Like that's a raised like feeling thing. Here's Book of the Month Club. So if you guys don't know who Thoreau is, he was a writer, an environmentalist, an activist. I want to say he was kind of he encouraged people to act up. You know what I'm saying? So probably that one more than anything. So very good. Very cool little box set there. I think I have it in here for 10. Oh, I have it in the buy nows. Okay. So I have it in here for 12. We'll just do a flash sale. We'll do 25% off for that, and we'll let that run for like 5 minutes or so. So that would make this $9 if folks wanted that one. Okay, so we'll set that to the side. This I don't know if this is a guy or a girl, but Gaio Marsh, Killer Dolphin. This the way this person has been. Here's no longer a longer crafted, more compelling story. Anyway, it is a lady. That is a lady. She has been compared to Agatha Christie in a lot of spaces. I don't find a ton of this person's work. The last time I found that it was a bunch of paperbacks, and I sold them like same day. So I was kind of looking back through my older like books that are out in the garage, and I came across this one. And I was like, I bet somebody might want that. I don't want to call her an Agatha Christie clone, but anyway, $1 on this 1966 book club edition. What's up, J. Chris? So, do you guys know who this is? Is that a fair? I like that art. It's like a glove. Is that OJ's glove? It's probably not OJ's glove. Could be. No, I'm kidding. It's not. So we'll run this one next. Emerson's Essay, Volume 1. I'll flip through that in just a sec. What's up, Chow Mein? Emerson. We're going to be live for probably another half an hour or so. And then we're going to break all this down and get ready for our ADHD show, which is more contemporary stuff, sci-fi, horror, romantasy, classics. Lots of romantasy in this one. I did pretty good on the sourcing, so. All right, but anyway, let me pin this. I'm going to run this Emerson for just $2 when we get there. So volume 1, I just want to flip through it real quick. Self-reliance, compensation, spiritual laws, love, friendship, prudence, all that stuff. So here is that, Emerson. Run this for $2. Old, 1892 on this one. 1892. All righty. Don't knock it over. All right, set that to the side. Keep going. Oh, I meant to run this one earlier and I didn't. The Mansions of Philosophy by Will Durant. This is a Garden City book. Pretty decent size. You can tell by my hand here. Aristocracy is democracy of failure. Praise of progress, a delusion. It just, Will Durant, he has this like huge volume series as well that's really collectible. A Survey of Human Life and Destiny. This book is from 1929. So very cool. I like philosophy. About 3 books ago, I was reading Camus. So I have this in here for, how much do I have it in here for? I only have it in here for 3. I'm going to run this for another $1 off, $2 on this one. The Mansions of Philosophy. So what's up, Cindy? Welcome back. Tracy, $17.99. Toya, Zolo. Not so much on this one. All right. Let's run. I like this song. Oop, I'm going to get this thing picked up the ground eventually. This is the Hollywood Hall of Shame, the most expensive flops in movie history. Again, just a really fun book to kind of have out for people to look at. Some, The Bluebird. Some of these I've not heard of. Dr. Dolittle, apparently, was a flop financially. Cleopatra with Liz Taylor? What? This thing was like the hotness. Anyway, fun little book, especially for you movie folks. And I know there's a bunch of you. Got a real problem. So I've got this in here for $2. I'm going to run it for $1. That's a good $1. So here's the back. Flip through one more time. All right. Oh, let's do this one. Somebody will take this one. Do you guys like Sophia Loren? So my first interaction with Sophia Loren was the movie Grumpier Old Men, and she was or Grumpy Old Men, and then the Grumpier was the second one. But anyway, so she was like a total heartthrob, even as an old lady or older lady, I should say respectfully. But this is her like throughout her career. She was absolutely a starlet. Just she played an older lady there? That's cool. So she was smoking, as they say. So old covers of her, pinups and stuff like that are all very collectible. So Sophia Loren, and plus I named my oldest daughter, not after her, but it is Sophia. I have this listed in here for $8. I'm going to start this at $4. We're just going to take off $4 off the top. Boom. What's up, Stephanie? What's up, Sean? Giggle Brew. Laker, Fletch, Craven. Good to see you guys. So that's a nice one. Mm-hmm. All right, thank you. What's up, Rich? Good to see you. We'll see any more pre-bids coming. Ooh, the EB, the Charlotte's Web. Let me grab that real quick. Little gravity issue. Charlotte's Web. This is really cool. It does have some writing and stuff. I hopefully saw all the photos, but the inside of it is completely, besides the cover pages or the end pages, I think both those sides are drawn on, but the inside is perfect. The pages themselves, and then the cover really presents well. So Charlotte's Web. We'll do 10 seconds on this one. Very nice cover. Appreciate it, Jay. Thank you, friend. All right, moving on with that one. Probably going to be live for another 20 minutes or so. Let's run this Hitchcock. This is really kind of a fun one. Ooh, what'd I do with it? I thought it was just over here. Here we go. Alfred Hitchcock's Solve Them Yourself Mysteries. Does have like some crazing. If this was a piece of pottery, that's what I would call that. But here's your backside. And we'll run this a little lower. Here's your end papers. Some artwork inside. Very cool. So you guys get it. And I think this is kind of like, you read it and you're supposed to like try to figure it out on your own. You know what I'm saying? So very, very fun. Alfred Hitchcock, Solve Them Yourself Mysteries. I have it in here for 4. I'm going to run it for 2. So that's a fun one. Thank you, Cindy. This guy was to go, here's your spine, presents well. So, preach. All right. I did run that, right? Yeah, okay, we're good. We're straight. What else do we want to run here? Boom, boom, boom. See if there's anything just really... Oh, this one's kind of fun. I don't want to run that for $1, though. That's a good song. Let's do these. This Charles Paul de Roth book set literature 1902 edition. I think you guys will like this. Nice. All right, and we're going to run this less for what I've got it listed. We'll probably run these for maybe 5, maybe a little more than that. But these are really neat. These are from 1903. They do have a little damage on them, but I want to say the frontispiece, like look at that. Here's your front. The Barber of Paris. And then here's your frontispiece. So... And here's your works of Charles Paul de Roth. That's the Barber of Paris. This is Sister Anne. Again, here's your frontispiece. Do you need help, baby?
Just after you're done with your show.
What, honey?
Just when you're done with your show.
Okay. So here's this one here. Here's the Child of My Wife, Damsel of the Three Skirts. We'll show you this real quick. Here is your frontispiece. Damsel of the Three Skirts. So, and there are more. There's a few more illustrations on the inside. Not as cool as the frontispiece, but still pretty cool. So. And this is how they present on a shelf. So, let me run these for you. We'll do, I think, 5 on these. All right. And guys, we are probably going to wrap it up here pretty soon. We've been live for almost 3 hours. We're going to be live again tomorrow night. There's a chance that we might even be on tonight. Because I'm going to be in here trying to keep my dogs calm and everything just kind of relaxed and things like that. So let me check these pre-bids one more time. We're straight there. So do please give me a follow if you haven't already. Also, we are on YouTube. And this is tomorrow night's show. Let me actually kind of preview tomorrow night's show real quick. There's some really nice stuff in it. So hold on. Bear with me, team. And then we're going to probably raid somebody and wrap up after this. All right, hang tight. So we've got some really, 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 really good ones for tomorrow night. And this is that show here. So like the big thing we probably have is the flame tree. I know folks like lose their minds over this cover. Like I totally get it because it's a really nice cover. It's like beautiful. So that's tomorrow night. Then we have just lots of romantasy, which I know is like the big thing right now. What else is in here? We have some vintage sci-fi tomorrow night. Some more Witcher paperbacks I was able to find. I know folks like that. Some witch stuff. Oh, that's a Disney pair. Okay. You all right, bud? A couple of books of the month and things like that are for tomorrow night. So like, get your July 4th, have fun, do your thing, nurse your hangover if you go that hard, and then tomorrow night you guys can hang out and we'll chill out. And we've got a lot of kind of neat, newer stuff. That's a pretty cover. What else we got in here? And we're gonna continue to add to this show more and more and more and more and more. And then it'll probably be about a 3 or 4 hour show. This one's really cool. It's got like tattoos and stuff inside it. So yeah, just lots of good stuff. Edgar Rice Burroughs. This was a cool find. And again, a lot of romantasy kind of stuff. And I don't know hardly anything about it, so I just started at $2 and let it rip on the romantasy. That's not totally true. Some of it I do know. I'm learning. So yeah, man, should be a really good show. We don't have a ton of pre-bids on stuff yet, but it'll definitely change as we get closer and closer. Like here's another. There's 2 Scarlet St. Clairs in this show. So just lots of good stuff. Let's raid somebody. I'll check pre-bids right before I hit the button. If there was something in this show that you were kind of on the fence about, don't stress out about it. A lot of it'll probably stay in our booth for a hot second, and then it will probably move over to it'll rotate back through here. So let's $2 clear out bookishly. Let's see. What's up, Dave? Good to see you, bud. We're getting ready to raid someone. We're wrapping it up. We'll be on again tomorrow night. Do you have one more? Yeah, Dave. Yeah, Dave, sure. Actually, let me step away and check on something, Dave. Let you to kind of look around, and then we'll come back and we'll raid somebody after that. Dave, you take all the time you need. There's a lot of good stuff left. So hang tight. I'll be right back. Yeah. Oop, all right, sorry about that. I'm back. Let me run this for you. We got the concordance. Want to say it was down here. Did I not? I showed this earlier, and I set it somewhere. Oh, where did I set it? Crudens. Where are you, Crudens? Oh, there it is. I found you. Crudens. Complete concordance. I love this binding on this one. It's just really nice. I love the gold and the black, and just it's got kind of an Art Deco vibe to it. So very nice, very nice, very nice. We'll run that for you, friend. Appreciate you, Dave. We'll do these 10 seconds, so we'll get you going. Oop. Appreciate, yeah, Dave. I appreciate you swinging by me, man. You're always welcome. King Jeremy. What is the book with the drum? Oh, right in front of us. It's Stamps. Stamps and Stories, the exciting saga of U.S. history told in stamps. It's from the post office. I think the 70s is when this came out. I'm not 100% sure. I have to look. But that's what that is. Let me run this complete guide to hunting. I think it's right over China. I really like this cover, Dave. It's got some cuts and slashes on it and stuff, but it still presents pretty well. Spine, I like that bright yellow. The lion. So, and again, these skills are important. These skills are very important. It's right up there with cooking. It's wild how we would have lived life just even 50, 60 years ago, and now we have like centralized everything. So 10 seconds. Run it. Oh, run the stamps? Yeah, we run the stamps next. No problem. No problem. Thank you, Dave, for the hunting. Stamps is next. We got only $1 for the stamp book. It's a good get for $1. So it's really neat. Obviously, I don't need to tell everybody like stamps are crazy collectible. Probably not as collectible as they have been in the past, but they'll never not be collected. 1974, 10 seconds on that one. There you go, Dave. Appreciate you. Mighty Bear Prince, Bach Amber. Good to see you guys. That's a fun one. All right, what do we got next, Mr. Dave? Oh, the Battle of Somme. Okay, yeah. This is cool. There is definitely some damage to this book, but that's why it's in there for $1. You got your spine, and it's kind of like falling apart a little bit, but it is complete. All of the maps and everything are in there. The photos are in there. Everything that you'd hope to still have. So old Grosset. So we'll run that for you. 1917, 10 seconds. All right, what's up, Lizzie Mans? Throw that to the side for you, Dave. All right, and then the story of the SS, which is never a fun story, even though I'm not going to say it and people might get mad at me, but like ICE is the new SS, and with that new law that just passed, it is now more well-funded than the military, or certain aspects of the military. So ICE is the new brown shirts, friends. So not great. Did Battle Run, did it? I thought it did. Let me run it again. Start, 10 seconds. Yep, there you go. Sorry, Dave. I thought I did. 4. This is not that book. All right, all you, Dave. All right, now let's run the other one. Story of SS. It was funny. My wife and I were at Walmart or whatever the other day, and we saw a van with just that, and it was, they used it as an S, and both my wife and I looked at each other. We were like, "Oh, that's one S away from being a problem." And design matters. Let's just say design matters. And then on top of everything else, it was like decked out in America gear, so it definitely sent the wrong vibe for a company. Thank you on this one. Will Durant, History of Philosophy. That's right over Shaw. Or Heroes of History, rather. Is that what that is? Yep. Will Durant, Brief History of Civilization from Ancient Times to Modern, winner of the Pulitzer Prize and the Medal of Freedom. I did not know he won the Medal of Freedom. So, I like that song, Jeremy. So, XLib. Nice copy, $1. Thank you, Dave. And we're going to be live tomorrow night. We're going to do more contemporary stuff. Some of the stuff from this show will likely make it into the other show. And then, yeah. Yes, I can. Sammy Davis Jr. I wonder if, when I saw this cover, I for a second, I wonder if this is what influenced Obama's campaign slogan. Yes, I can. Yes, we can, or whatever it was. The story of Sammy Davis. Sammy Davis, support of the Rat Pack. African-American fellow. Sinatra really, he was an amazing performer. Sinatra really stood up for him, as I understand it. So, there he is. That's him right there. I don't know if you guys remember when Tommy Davidson used to impersonate him for In Living Color. That was my first introduction. I think that's Frankie there. So those guys like ran that town. So very cool book. 1965. We'll start that one. Appreciate you, Dave. So get that out the door for you. And then Jump Jet, which is right over here. The Revolutionary FV/V-Stall Fighter. So again, guys, technology, like nerds are some of the most valuable friggin' people in look at Oppenheimer, look at technology is the way. When the gun was first invented, when the sling was first invented, getting that advantage over in war changes history. So really does. Really does. Bow and arrow, longbow, all that stuff. Pre-bid, run that. What's up, Blue Sun? Welcome back, buddy. So that's a neat one there. Bruce Smiles. Watch out. Pretty clean copy too. I don't remember where I got that one. You found the illustrated ones. I was hoping someone would find these. These are really neat. What about when OG discovered fire? That was a game changer. If you believe Greek mythology, Prometheus didn't fare so well in that exchange. But anyway, I was saying earlier, pictures by anything illustrated by N.C. Wyeth is worth picking up. This is a contemporary copy of an older book, but very, very pretty, very beautiful illustrations. Definitely be on the lookout. A lot of James Fenimore Cooper and stuff like that was illustrated by Wyeth. So just really talented guy. This is a pretty book. So yeah, isn't that pretty? I love it. And again, this is a contemporary one, but very, very pretty. Presents very well. Okay, cool. I wrote 1995. I like it when I catch myself being like on it. You know what I mean? Anything that can be like confusing. Because sometimes it is hard to tell, like looking at photos, if they didn't take like all the photos necessary, it's hard to determine sometimes if it is or isn't a reprint, and that could be a dramatic difference in value sometimes. So we'll run this Queen of Victoria. I think I just had it a second ago. Oh, where are you? Put these up here. Oop, I think I have to get up. I think it's on the other side. was just looking at this book. Oh, there it is. Okay. I knew I had it. Right in front of me. I didn't even have to get up. Her Little Majesty, The Life of Queen Victoria. Nice hardcover here. So here's some photos. I always love the... Anyway. Run that. 2 seconds, 10 seconds. There you go. All right. And I will already get the next one together. Actually, I already do. We appreciate the bits here, guys. Oh, Dave, my pleasure. My pleasure. My absolute pleasure. Tales of Alaska. Tales of Alaska and the Yukon. Again, pioneering type stuff up in the cold. Lots of photos in this one. I just think this is really cool. I find this every now and then, but not too often. But this is a neat one. Watcha. Lots of photos in that one. That one's really cool. Tales of Alaska. 1986. Run that. No, Dave, I appreciate you guys picking up the books. This is what I do for a living. So, like, you know what I'm saying? So, anytime you guys need something, I'm going to show up. So, man, I like that wraparound cover too. Isn't that cool? Oh, deeply appreciate it. Okay. John Meacham is next. Another really good one, probably another good one for the time that we're in, the battle for our better angels. We seem to be failing this test lately. One could hope that it turns around eventually, but I think we're going to go through it for a while. Have you no sense of decency, making everyone middle class, the GI Bill, McCarthyism, and modern media? I sometimes wonder if we would plop old school politicians, even just from 50, 60 years ago, say like Nixon era, into like right now, like what would be their take? Do you know what I'm saying? So run that for you, Dave, and I'll go get this other one ready. All right. All right, let's move that over. Let's move that over. And then let's go to this middle stack here. So that one's next. Watch out. Okay. All right, so you got that one, Dave. Move the Soul of America over. And then now we'll run this one here. This is a 2013. I know it's not an old book per se, but it's it fits with the theme. Catastrophe, 1914. Europe goes to war. World War I, Franz Ferdinand was shot because he took a wrong turn down a wrong road. I can't believe they did that. Like, you dodged the bullet. Like, go home, bro. So anyway, the shot heard round the world, as they say. So we'll run this one real quick, 10 seconds. All right, C.S. Lewis will be next. Right here. Love me some C.S. Lewis. My favorite is Screw Tape Letters. All right. I really do love me some C.S. Lewis. This guy's, some of my favorite moments were in Chronicles of Narnia as well. Where did I lose that on the list here? All right, run this one, 10 seconds. It's so good. One of my favorite scenes is I can't remember if it's in the last battle or whatever, but Aslan is confronting like the general of the enemy, but the general is like a decent guy, and then once this general realizes that he's been serving the wrong side, as it were, and he like breaks down in front of Aslan, and Aslan says to him something along the lines of, every good thing that you've done, you did in my name, whether you knew it or not. And the dude was just like broke down. It was just a cool moment in a book. I'll never forget it. I don't remember how the scene came to be, but like that one scene sticks out in my head. You know what I mean? Because the question is like, when you're Christian, they always, one of the questions that get asked, by atheists or things like that is like, how do you reconcile the grace of God and the love of Christ with someone who conceivably has never heard the name? Like, that's a huge logical conundrum. And I think, I don't know if that's C.S. Lewis's attempt to address that conundrum. But regardless, it's a cool moment in a book. Because I think it also just kind of addresses perspectives, right? Like, so many people do so many things that they think are good, and it's not even say good and evil. It's not even that. Anyway, rambling. This is a really neat book. I often contemplate the nuances of good and evil. Hollywood in the 1940s, the Star Zone stories. This is during wartime too. Escapism was very, very important. Plus, old movies are cool. Really neat medium art. It gets glammed up, but it's really just art at the end of the day. So we'll run that one. 10 seconds. What's up, Chef Naked? Chef Naked? Curiosity Piece. What's up, guys? Just appreciate that. Dave, we'll do A Man Called Intrepid, which is right here. The Secret War, the authentic account of the most significant secret diplomacy and decisive intelligence operations of World War II. World War II is a big deal. It's funny, every now and then I'll see like somebody reference World War II, and like they'll do a skit where they're talking to somebody who is only aware of World War I, which was referred to not as World War I at the time, because there was no World War II, the sequel. So they referred to it as the Great War. And so every now and then I'll see like a YouTube skit where they'll call it World War I. And then the it's usually a time traveler or something, right? And then the soldier's like, "Da hell?" or "Da fuck?" Anyway, fun little perspective thing. So we'll run the Zane Grey. And plus, I think it's, perspective is important. If you want to understand or communicate someone, you have to kind of get why they think the way that they do sometimes, I think, to effectively communicate. You know what I mean? So, take what's going on in the Middle East, for example. Like one of the main reasons that isn't going to get resolved is that no one will see it from any other perspective than their own. Do you know what I mean? Whether you're an Israeli or a Gazan or whatever, or an Iranian, or so. Let's do the other Max Hastings here. Bomber Command. I appreciate you guys just listening to me ramble while I run all this stuff. Again, another Max Hastings. He writes a lot in regard. It's a Bomber Command is a riveting and deeply original story of the bombing campaign against Hitler's Reich, a campaign of unimaginable horror for both the bomber crews and the enemy cities that turned to cinder and ash. I wonder if was it Dresden? What Vonnegut wrote about? I wonder if that's addressed in here, because we firebombed the shit out of Dresden. We dropped more conventional ordnance on, is my understanding, I could be wrong, on the city of Dresden than the equivalent output power of the Hiroshima bomb. Just not necessarily all at one time. So running this one, and I could be wrong on that. Like sometimes, I got that from Vonnegut himself. So, and he is a fiction writer at the end of the day. And plus, also you could make a statement at the time and it be true based on the best available information, and then have it be not true later as more information comes out. So it's not sometimes that somebody's like trying to be disingenuous or anything like that. Sometimes it's based on the best information that one could have at the time. So anyway, Wicked Stage, this is super rad. A history of theater censorship and harassment in the United States. I love this cover. Do you know what I mean? Everything probably from whitewashing roles to certain folks not being able to do the art. You guys can look at. Plus, ideas are dangerous. I mean, they censor stuff now. So, very, very important stuff. It's one of the reasons why theater, art, and all this stuff is so important, because it's how we call truth to power, right? If you have a government or an individual or whomever who's being terrible, this is one of the ways that we hold folks accountable, is writing a book about him, making fun of him. Captain America's original cover, one of his, I think is his first appearance, is him punching Adolf in the face. Do you know what I mean? So these mediums are important. They impact on how people think and feel. And if you guys ever get bored, look up a dude named Bernanke, Bernanke, and just kind of listen, just read that dude's life and the things he was able to achieve, and then realize that he was just a bored war propagandist. Orwell actually was a war propagandist as well, I believe. So, another really cool old book, Bogey and Me, Humphrey Bogart, Casablanca fame. Most folks will probably know him from. My wife introduced me to that movie for the first time. Films of Sophia Loren. I love Sophia Loren. We flipped through this before, but I am happy to flip through this again. Sophia's. Like I said, I named my kid, so not after Sophia Loren, but just because the name Sophia means wisdom in Greek. And I hope to God my child has wisdom as she grows up. This is a neat one, though. I was saying before, my first introduction to her was from Grumpy Old Men. And, with the way they brought her into the show, she was like this, hot, she was probably in her 60s or 70s or 80s. She was still smoking hot then. So this is her from when in her heyday, in her prime. So very fun. I like that movie. Walter Matthau, is it John Lemon or Jack Lemmon? I think it's Jack, the actor, right? But good little flick. So where did that go on my list? All right, there we go. Is it Jack? Okay, cool. Thank you. I guess I'm getting Jack Lemmon confused with John Lennon. I think it's what's going on there. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate you. We'll move right along. We'll go to Convoy, Battle for the Atlantic, World War II, which I think I have sitting right over here somewhere. I think, I'm not going to lie, this got a little out of control. Hey, puppy. We'll take you on a walkie soon, baby. Convoy, Martin Middlebrook. Germans called it the greatest convoy battle of all time. Dust Jacket's got a little bit of issues, but the boards look really cool. I love that blue-red cover. So, and I love these old military books, man. Stuff that goes into the nitty-gritty, the details, the momentary decisions, the why and the what and the how. It's one thing humans have been doing since the beginning of time is battle and war. On an individual level and on a state level. So appreciate that there. Let's grab the next one. We'll do the Bouviers next, which I believe is right over here. Yep, hold on. It's way over there. All right, the Bouviers. All right, got that out of the way. Appreciate that. Pin. Portrait of American Family. I'm not going to lie. I thought this was a French family, and then like the eagle had me confused. But I looked into it a little bit more. 32 pages of illustration. Family trees. Actually, I'm not sure. Oh, this is Jacqueline Kennedy's family maiden name. Okay, I was like, who the hell is the Bouviers? Why do I know that? So I thought it was French. So, but no, it's JFK's wife and kind of like the history of her family and stuff. So very cool. A dynasty or a dynasty, depending on where you're from. Appreciate that, Dave. Let me get the next one ready. The Trail of Tears. Did I pull that out here? All right. Portrait of American Family. All right, let's run these U-boats one. Again, going back to the technology conversation, underwater boats, submarines, big freaking deal. Changed the game. It's actually kind of funny. They've been trying to do like underwater boats since like Civil War. My wife showed me this YouTube video. I think it's like, for Blue Jay or something, about some guy in I think Civil War who tried to do like a U-boat scenario. It did not work out well for him. So, but technology is important. We'll do the shipping one next. 3, 2, 1. Appreciate the bids there, guys. Thank you, Keith. That's a good one there. Cost-free shipping, Amazon in the global economy. I thought this was an important one to include in an America show because, how do you say this? Like this stuff, like the logistics of how this all comes together, like doesn't happen in a vacuum. Do you know what I mean? So I thought this was a neat kind of look. And then also when you have these systems that run just so, the moment you have any sort of disruption, it's like a problem. And of course, there's environmental impact and blah, 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 blah. You guys get the idea. Ooh, where did this go? I got to run it. Cost of free shipping. Hold on. Give me 1 second here. Cost of free. All right, running this. 10 seconds on the clock, and I'll get the next one ready. Dave, I really appreciate all these bids, my man. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, we'll do the Kissinger next. He was a big friggin' deal. The Vietnam spreadsheet guy is what he's all about, right? Obviously, he did more than that, but Kissinger, the White House years. Is he still alive? Isn't he at like 90 or something now? This is Kissinger here. You might remember him in that JFK movie. He was the guy that yelled at the general for shooting starburst during the Cuba situation. So, very cool. Love him or hate him, he was a very big part of American history. $1 on this. Good job, Dave. Good old Kissinger. I didn't think anybody would really know who Kissinger was. Appreciate the bids. I shouldn't though. And plus, people like some folks like really hate this guy, like a lot. So I don't know enough about him to have an opinion, but like in most things, I know like just enough to be dangerous. World War II, 4,139 strange and fascinating facts, presents really well. Wing Books is the publisher, and it it's exactly what it is. Just fact after fact after fact. Kind of reads like a dictionary a little bit. Definitely a fun thing just to kind of grab, flip through, and just pick a random fact for the day, you know? He died 2023, 100 years old. Kissinger passed away in late 2023. I think so. I think he died recently, but I think he had like one last trip to China that he brought himself in the news again. I can't remember. When did Kissinger pass? I'm going to look it up for us right quick. Appreciate that, Dave. Passed away on November 9th, You got it. 2023 at the age of 100. Do we know how? I mean, 100 years old. I mean, I guess there's really not much to it. But we'll let that look up. That's 100 years old. That's a good run, friends. That's a good run. May we all be as lucky. Assuming those last years were, quality. I guess he was still traveling towards the end. The campaigns of General Nathan Bedford Forrest. This guy's a real bad guy. What did he do? Is he like the KKK guy or something? I can't remember. This guy, this stands out to me for some reason. I know he's a Confederate guy, right? But anyway. KKK. Okay, Dave, I saw that message. One of the cool things about having the chat on the screen like that, even when somebody does something muted, everyone can still see it. I'll probably get in trouble for that. No. You don't have to. It's not me muting you. I'm not a censor type of guy. But no. So say whatever you want. But I just think it's neat. Even when you do say it, like everyone can still see it. So please feel free. If I could have no muted words, I would have no muted words. But this guy is the KKK. I think he was the founding guy. Maybe got pissed off. He lost the Civil War and was like, "Hey, I'm going to kill all black people." I guess, or did they really approach it not necessarily from kill all black people, but more like whites are going to be better than everybody else type of thing? To be frank, I don't know a lot about the KKK. So. Even though it does seem like racism's coming back, like in a real bad way, I'm not liking the alligator concentration camp down in Florida, like at all. To be fair, like if I'm being serious, like, and I'm very rarely super serious, I'm a little nervous. Like not only for just everybody, but for like myself as well. I run my mouth a lot, like a lot. Like a lot. So, and I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing at this point. Like, is it better to be like known? So like when you're absent and then your absence is felt, or is it better to just keep your head down? I'm not going to keep my head down, but because I can't, but I am nervous. I'm nervous in a way I never thought I'd be nervous in America. Having read the history of the things that we said that we've done, you read more about history, you realize that, maybe it's not all as they say, but again, you never would think, was it Sinclair Lewis? It can't happen here. So I don't know how y'all are feeling about that, but that's a fun one. Miracle at Midway. We appreciate that, Dave. So, David the King, let's run that next. Right on the top over here. I liked this one because it has the emblem. And I also like, to be fair, like, I like King David, like the character in the Bible or the person in history. The guy failed all over the place. And God still referred to him as a man after his own heart, which I think is good for us all. But even though King David, like the whole Bathsheba thing, like that was a dick move. You know what I'm saying? Like, but appreciate it, Dave. That's something I haven't said in Bathsheba. All right, this one's next. Bomber Companion, another one by Max Hastings. Just a real solid World War II author. Let me grab this here. Oh, don't fall. Hold on. All right. So this one's really cool. Bomber K, The Myths and Reality of the Strategic Bombing Offensive in 1939 and 1945, World War II. Again, I just love stuff that goes into the minutia and the detail and the nuance of things that I think people like largely understand, but again, there's so many little stories of how all this come together. At the same time, there's things like this where war is failure, but you know what I'm saying? But humans fail a lot, so it's probably good that we know this stuff and know how all this comes together, and that's a good one. Ooh, where'd it go, bomb? There we go. $3. I don't like war. Like, I find war fascinating, but I am not a fan, because it's always the normal people that on the sidelines that folks just want to live, And I think it stinks that at times we make it difficult. Let's run the source next, which is right over here. All right, Martin Doyle, How Rivers Made America and America Remade Its Rivers. There's a reason why cities, especially ancient cities and less modern cities, are always, and even now, why they're always built by water. Rivers were like the highways of times. I mean, they still are in a lot of ways, but definitely back in the day when we didn't have vehicles, we had to transport things over land by horse. Stuff like that. Of course, when we still use it, barges and whatnot. We got the Panama Canal. We got all sorts of trade, and how things get to one place to another is very, very large part of how it's all put together. Let's see what this one is. We're going to run one of those History of France. All right. All right. So these are cool. This is something I'm going to start doing a whole lot. I get just mountains of books because of the way that we source, and I really don't throw them away. Like, for realsies. I really, really, really try to avoid it. So one of these things, instead of trying to sell a lot of these older ones individually, we're just going to lot them up for decor. So we have some math ones in here. History of France, which is a cool one. Everyday arithmetic, differential equations. Also, just so you know, if you find old math books, definitely look up the differential equations ones. Not all of them will be like crazy, but I think sometimes those ones will surprise you. So let's run this. Ooh, appreciate the bids, guys. Thank you. And it's always funny because when I do find a few of these like older style books, I usually find like a bookcase worth. So really, really appreciate it. Oh, is there something here I didn't know? I appreciate it, guys. Thank you. The older ones are cool. Really cool. And that France one's really neat. So there's that. Appreciate you, Savannah Brady. Let's run these red ones next. These have really pretty frontispieces in them. So there are definitely some binding issues, but they present well. And I'm not overly familiar with the author Charles Dirac, but each book has a frontispiece, and it's really nice. And here's the title page. 19 something on these. The works of Charles Paul de Kock, K-O-C-K. I know what it sounds like. I'm not going to say it. You can't make me. 1903 on these. So very cool. Red Linen Boards Deluxe Edition. Run that for you. Thanks, Dave. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate everything, guys. And whatever you guys decide to do tonight, whether you're not doing the festivities or you just be safe, either way. 10 fingers, 10 toes, if that's what you started with at the beginning of the evening. It's fine. I find that very important. Let's run this Good Housekeeping book next, which is right down here. Yep, there it is right there. I did not know that Good Housekeeping did books like these, like the best book of mysteries and stories and stuff. So very cool. Very cool. Got some nice plates in there. It's a good dollar. Good dollar. Very neat one. Start. 10 seconds. I will get the next one. Oop, there's the wit. All right. Ooh, thanks for the bids here, guys. Really appreciate it. All right, we'll run that Lynn Dayton too. Oop, thanks, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Great American Wit is next. Obviously, that fits the show theme. So run that real quick. Very cool. That I think that'll come off, but I didn't want to attempt it. Just a cool little joke humor book. Just a cute little thing. Got some nice illustrations inside it. Just fun. Just fun. Hallmark edition. It's a good dollar book. Vintage book. Yep. 10 seconds on that one, so we'll let that one run. All right, back to the pre-bids. Let me grab the Dayton. We're going to do the Daytons next, which is a good little lot, and then the Book of Lies after that. I love shit like this. History's greatest fakes, frauds, schemes, and scams. I don't know if I'm black-pilled or whatever. I don't like to get got. And so I love stuff like this because, you know, if you learn how other people get got, it's harder for you to get got. And I don't like getting got. I wish the whole world just behaved better and did everything in good faith. But that is just not how it is it, friends? So appreciate the bids here, guys, or the pre-bid. Thanks, Dave. 2, 1. All right. And then what was the next one? Oh yeah, the whole Dayton lot. So this whole Lynn Dayton is an author that I'm just becoming newly familiar with, mostly because I found a ton of his books. So it's a whole Dayton lot. Spyline and Spyhook, I believe, are a part of a series. I think these are standalone. You have XPD, An Expensive Place to Buy, Horse Underwater. Do not quote me on that, though, but I do know those are part of a series. And then, of course, then you have the trade edition, Goodbye, Mickey Mouse. So, see, war-related, espionage, that kind of vibe. So, military, obviously, with swastikas. So we'll run that 10 seconds on the clock. And then I will look for this next one. We'll do Mayors, Madams, and Madmen next, which I think is about Chicago. Gotcha. Thank you, Dave. Get these out of the way. This one's really cool. Mayors, Madams, and Madmen. I had absolutely no idea what this was about when I picked it up. Chicago Review Press is the publisher, but I mean, it can't be bad with the name with Madmen in the thing. I didn't know if it was a history or a fiction. I think this is a history. Gamblers and gangsters, businessmen. Again, talking about Chicago. Who are these folks? Hinky Dink, Kenna, and Bathhouse John Coughlin. I guess these were... Anyway. And of course, Madams. Like, I immediately thought of, like, Madams in the context of, like... Anyway. I didn't know what context Mad Men... Anyway, y'all get it. I didn't know what the hell it was about. It was interesting and it caught my eye, though. But I do think it's about Chicago and just kind of you can tell I'm past the 3-hour mark. My brain's just like, yep, you're done. You're done talking. Thank you guys for the bids. I appreciate it. This is a cool one. I had never seen this one before. Not that I've seen every book on the planet. I don't know how much that really means at the end of the day, but I see a lot of books. So we'll run this Parachutist next, 1981, which is right down here. Another just kind of good fiction novel from the time, wartime. Edward Klein. First edition, not a BCE on this one. Hello, my love. Here, be quiet when you go in there, hon. She's struggling today. Parachutist. 1981. start. I'll get the next one ready. Ooh, Walking the Trail, which is right over Chong. All right, there's that one next. Oop, thank you, Dave. Walking the Trail, One Man's Journey Along the Cherokee Trail of Tears. Again, American history is American history. We don't get to pick and choose what our history is, right? And we have done some shitty things. Americans have. We've done great things too. It's not an either or. But our shit does stink, and this is one of the stinkiest times in our history. It's the nicest way I could put that. So, One Man's Journey Along the Cherokee Trail of Tears. So, it's considered genocide when you move an entire population like that. So when you hear current politicians talking about moving a certain population against their will and relocating them, this is what you should be thinking of. Because you don't just have to kill a people to be considered a genocide. And if I'm wrong on that, please someone correct me. I'm not worried about being right. I want to be correct. So if you guys ever hear me say something that is incorrect, like, tell me. But that is how I understand it. We're going to run this Charlotte set next. There's 3. I see 2, 1, 2. Where are the other 2 Charlottes? Here we go. Charlotte and Charlotte. This is a cool little lot. It's actually got 7 books in it total. So you have The Gift Shop. She writes suspense stuff. I like that red text block. Here's the back there. So, but these are both treasuries. So this one has 3 novels. The Unsuspected, A Dram of Poison, which I think is her famous one. The Turret Room. And then over here we have Mischief, Dreamwalker, and The Witch's House. So really cool little lot. Really cool. Plus, I like the artwork. So let's run these. Ooh, somebody picked up the Tennessee Williams. That's awesome. Okay, we'll actually grab the Tennessee Williams next. He's the guy who wrote Streetcar Named Desire and all that stuff, playwright. So 2, 1. Thank you, Dave. That's a good pickup. I got these, I think, at the same time I got those Lynn Daytons, all from the same collection. So. I was never blessed enough to meet the owner of that collection, but I'm sure whoever he or she is appreciates what we're doing right now. We save it. That lady she probably had 2 whole bookcases of book club editions and stuff. So like I said, Tennessee Williams' intimate biography. I think it was written by his brother. So this is Tennessee Williams right here. I actually didn't know what he looked like until just then. In a euphoric moment, Helen Hayes and Tennessee Williams clasp hands at Sardi's restaurant in 1978. I actually, for some reason, I thought he was older than that. But I guess if he's, anyway, famous. So thank you, Keith, for the pickup on that one. We'll run this lady. Ooh, don't fall books. Hold on. This one next. And then these 2. We'll do these 2 next. Appreciate it, Keith. Thanks for the bids there, too, as well, guys. That's a neat one. I can't remember where I found that one. Let's run Tragedy next, and then we'll move on to Jenny. Patterns of Literacy. I think it's a play. Oh, Oedipus Rex. It's got, okay. William Matt, Professor of English, St. Louis University. So that would have not too terribly far from here. Okay, so it's just got a bunch of. Okay, all right, cool. I like. Let's run this one for $1. I like the song. It chills me out a little bit. And I always need to be chilled out. Thank you, Dave. All right, this one is next. This is Blessed Event by Bill O'Malley. This, the spine has issues, so do note the spine. It's like not there. The binding is tight, but the decorative part is just gone. So, but it really neat, kind of old school, just, page after page of illustration, comics, funny, all, contemporaneous for the times. So always fun. What year is this? Does it give me a year? 1954 on that one. So it's a good dollar. Good dollar. We'll run this Nixon one next, which is right over here. Oop, appreciate you, Dave. So Nixon is next. This is his political memoir. This is Richard Nixon by Richard Nixon. He was a character for sure. But you know what? I gotta give some credit to Nixon. Once his party was like, "You're done," he was like, "Okay." I don't know. I need to learn more about Nixon, but like comparatively to what I would much rather have Nixon than the gentleman we have now, I think. And again, I say that without knowing maybe as much about Nixon as I need to. Because every president has got skeletons in the closet for sure. Good ones, bad ones, and and that's for every state head. No country's innocent, that kind of thing. Thanks, Keith. So Nixon was Nixon. All right. Then I also wonder, like, how much of what's going on right now is only possible because of Nixon, So I don't know. Tracy and Hepburn, an intimate memoir. Hepburn, I know. Tracy, I don't. Wasn't Hepburn? She was an actress, right? Obviously. So I don't know who Tracy is. So I don't know. Hepburn's famous. Was Hepburn in Cleopatra, or is that that was Elizabeth Taylor? I'm getting them confused. Some presidents have apparently women hiding in their closets. Was that JFK? who had women in their closets? That's funny. Which president? I'm looking it up. Had women in their closet? That's JFK, right? Well, several, yeah. Yeah, I bet they all, yeah. John F. Bill Clinton, Thomas Jefferson. The phrase women in their closet is often used figuratively to imply secret affairs or hidden relationships, not necessarily a literal closet. I know that, AI, come on. Several U.S. presidents have faced allegations or revelations. Kennedy, obviously the famous one with Marilyn Monroe and the tunnels and all that. Bill Clinton, Monica Lewinsky. If you don't follow Monica Lewinsky on Twitter, she's actually pretty fucking hilarious. Not gonna lie. Thomas Jefferson, he had affairs with his slaves a lot. Warren G. Harding, which I had no idea about, had a well-documented affair with Nan Britton. I know almost nothing about Harding, which I don't think I'm alone in saying. Press kept it secret. I believe it. They always keep that stuff secret. And you're right. I mean, like, most of them probably are just kind of shitty. LBJ did too. I didn't know about LBJ. Something about power, like, messes with people's heads. You know what I'm saying? So here's another Max Hastings overlord, speaking of people with too much power. D-Day and the Battle for Normandy 1944. It's Normandy, man. Beaches of Normandy, where young men got their stones. So if you guys don't know about the beaches of Normandy, even though it's kind of hard to not know at least a little bit about it, like, it's worth looking into. I really actually enjoy, like, watching movies. I don't enjoy is probably a strong word, but like, to really put yourself in that moment with the sights, the smells, the fear, the adrenaline running down, bullets, things that could end your life like that whizzing by your head. Just, God, I can't even imagine. Cannot even imagine what these dudes went through. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, stones, man. I'm not gonna lie. I dog the United States pretty often, more their leadership than anything else. But the soldiers, at the end of the day, the young men and women that fought this war and ended that shit, like, I don't have bad things to say about the folks in the trenches. You know what I mean? So, mad respect. Stones, as I say. You got to have some stones. I don't know if I could do it. You know what I mean? Like, imagine yourself there. Could you do it? I don't know if I could. You know, because in my head, I'd be like, statistically, this isn't going to work out for me, and I'm not coming home. But then, you know, you weigh what it is you're there to do versus, you know, the value that you're. Anyway, it's tough. Like I said, mad respect. Mad respect. Authority and conflict. England 603, 1658. I'm sure there was some wars going on then. What was going on? Is that like, that's still, anyway, I don't remember. That all gets fuzzy. Between like the year 1000 and like 1800, it's all very fuzzy to me. So 10 seconds on this one. I appreciate the pickup, Dave. This is a neat one though. Ninja, it's going good, man. We're hanging in there. It's July 4th, getting in early before everybody goes off and do their things for the day. Appreciate the bids on this one, guys. Just, you know, just loving life, being happy. Wife's not feeling too well today. One of the downsides, like her illness is always so like a bummer, right? Because she's not sick every single day. And then the days that she's feeling good, she wants to like go hard and live life. And I mean, like, obviously, like, who can blame her, right? And then, but it's always like, you know, and then we live life and we go hard and we live in the moment and all of that stuff. And it's tough because like there's always a cost to pay for that joy. Do you know what I mean? So that's what's going on today. She's not feeling super well. She really killed it these last couple of days. But she deals with like MECFS and all that stuff, the espionage establishment. So, but it's cyclical, you know, and it's like, you know, do you just do nothing, you know, to avoid the pain, or do you live your life as best you can and just take it on the chin when you have to? My wife has absolutely chosen the latter. She's the bravest bitch I know. You know what I'm saying? Like we were just talking about, I mean, it's not totally the same, but like the battles of Normandy, like walking into something that you know is likely not going to do well. And only in my wife's case, she has to make that decision every day. You know, so as someone with several chronic illnesses and disease, you understand. Yeah, you get it. It's how do I say this with being nice? Because you don't want to judge people for lack of perspective, right? Like people who don't necessarily deal with chronic illness or like have proximity to the chronic. Thank you for the bids on this. This is a neat one. This is a real clean copy as well. You know, it's hard to explain like the math and the choices and all of that. So, but today is a downturn. Thank you for the bids on that, guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So it's somewhat, yeah. I don't want to ask what you're dealing with, Mr. Ninja, but at some point you'll have to, if you're comfortable, clue me in on it. Jenny, the life of Lady Randolph Churchill, the romantic years. I guess this is Churchill's, I guess this would be Winston's mom, maybe? 1854 to 1895? Because if Winston was like in his 60s and 70s during World War II, he would have been born around this time, right? So this would have been Mama. Oh, yeah, so here we go. Jenny with Winston at 8. So that's baby Winston. Look at that. Look at that kid. Now, I want you to remember the Winston Churchill photo with when he's all like, you know, when the photographer took the cigar away from him. It's an intense family, I guess. 1969, start on that. For sure. Well, one of them's in my name. Oh, there you go. But definitely not the worst thing I have. I hear you. You know what? I did wonder a couple of times what your name was about, but you know, you never, you know. But I didn't know like if it was something you were dealing with, or if it was like a joke on some sort of like pop culture I wasn't aware of. And then, you know, you weren't around to ask when the question popped into my head, so I never got around to asking you. We're gonna do this this General Jacob Denver's next, which is a cool one. This is a lower print one from what I understand. Let me find it real quick. Okay, Sean. Here we go. Okay, World War II's forgotten 4-star general. I know nothing about this guy. Like zero. Besides whatever is in that description there, which I'm not remembering off the top of my head. $45 original purchase price on this book. It is made of like a higher, like the paper's higher quality, if that makes sense. But yeah, I don't know anything about this guy. Like literally nothing. So, doom, doom, doom. Indiana University Press, so this would have been a college book. I wonder if he's like an alumni or something there. So we'll run that 10 seconds. This song tripped me out when I first really heard it. So much in the lyrics we just don't hear. Oh yeah. Yeah. This is one of those songs that you got to kind of like listen to with the lyrics on. You know what I'm saying? And I'm definitely that neurodivergent kid that will absolutely immediately change the lyrics of a song to whatever it is I think I heard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. So this is another one of those like vintagey book sets. Again, I get these all of the time. I try to make them cool and like thematic. So I was kind of going, there's Birds of America, Horse Lovers, Laws of Nature, 12th Physician, I kind of like a vet kind of thing. And then Parish. I think it all fit. Like Parish is like a small town or a church or something like that. So I like the colors too. So I'm so proud of me for putting these together. I probably way overthink it, but I'm going to continue to overthink it because I enjoy it. Plus, it's kind of fun to kind of stack them all up and then just kind of look at them and then like try to, let the pattern recognition go off in your head and just find what would work. I appreciate the bids here, guys. Thank you. So we get so many books from basements, and I really like they do the book by the foot at like some of the bookstores now, which I think is really neat. Like, I just completely love this time of the planet insofar as like books are like super cool again. This is Stop That Ball by Mike McClintock, an old Dr. Seuss. Here's your spine. I find this one guy every now and then. I love the end papers on it. Just the graphics in general are pretty cool. Really bright. This ball had a good old time. Just neat. I dig it. 1960s, I think, or something on that one. 1959. Okay. So we'll run that one. I'll message you this weekend with my health issues and stuff. I believe in being transparent helps me keep hey, amen, man. And also like it's community. Like we need community. One of the reasons like I'm on WhatNot is for the community. It gets dealing with stuff that never goes away is tough because for a lot of reasons. One of the things I'm hoping to do on like the YouTube channel that eventually I'll start doing correctly at some point, but is to kind of talk about that stuff. Like really dive deep into what the life is like as, not necessarily just a caretaker, but, giving Ashley a voice to kind of explain what life is like for her and the choices that have to be made. And just, it's a whole different game of chess when you've got this as a piece. You know what I'm saying, Parker?
Not a clue. I just got it.
That's my oldest. So 1980 on this one. But it's tough. It's tough. And then COVID came around, and then the world turned into a much meaner version of itself. And I'm not gonna lie, a lot of disabled folks, a lot of folks just kind of been left by the wayside, as Fauci put it. But yeah, man. Battle for Manila. I think it's right over here. But community is important. Community is important. Anyway, I could talk about this for all time. Battle for Manila, most devastating untold story in World War II. I like me some untold stories. But on Twitter, And just if you guys ever follow me on Twitter, I'm the same name on Twitter. Just be aware, I'm way nicer on here than I am to on Twitter and stuff. I do a lot of disability advocacy, which usually ends up with me yelling at politicians and stuff like that, and white knighting folks who don't need to be bullied. I really don't like bullies, like a lot. I really, 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 really don't like bullies. I also don't like people who abuse power disparities. Do you know what I'm saying? Like a doctor versus a patient. Patient comes in with a chronic illness and then they're just like dismissed. Oh, light me up like a friggin' Christmas tree on fire. 0 to psycho in 0.2 seconds. Definitely. Sometimes people don't realize just taking a shower can be the most exhausting thing you can do, and you can't do it. Absolutely. Like, and that's your whole day. If you can even get through the shower. So, but I will. Anyway, I'm not like a big tough guy, but like, I just don't like bullies. Fahrenheit 451. This is a very classic dystopian future where the firefighters actually burn books. You know, I won't tell you how it ends, but read as much as you can and you'll be as useful as possible. This is a relatively quick read, I think, as far as dystopian fiction goes. And Ray Bradbury is always a really, really good time. So absolutely one of those books that you should save every single copy of and give it to literally every person you read. Like, this should be required reading in school for every student on the planet. Can I borrow you for my next appointment, Savannah? Yeah, I get that. The male privilege. There are times, not so bad now, not so much now, but especially in the earlier part of the journey that my wife and I are on, like to sit and watch these doctors just dismiss the things that my wife is telling them. Oh man, I actually had one doctor, whose name is Sweeney, by the way, like Sweeney Todd, the butcher guy that killed people and then ate them or served them to people. His last name is Sweeney, and that wasn't lost on me. I almost didn't let the guy work on my wife just based on his name, but I thought that might have been, but in hindsight, it would have been the play, but in future sight, I guess, whatever, pre-sight, foresight, I guess would be the word. Anyway, so he did brain surgery on my wife. My wife's had 8 brain surgeries, and he nicked one of her arteries. Like, that's blood in the brain, right? Big deal. Like, what the, so he's in there afterwards telling me how the surgery went. And he's like trying to use and I look like I look now, right? Long hair, tore up jeans, I don't give a shit. Right. And he's like really being condescending, like using these words that he didn't think that I understood, and was just being a real dick. And then he got to, and I was letting it go, right? Because of the power disparity. Because if you're too much of a problem, then you get labeled as difficult, and then they kick you out, right? Ask me how I know. But he was just like glossing over the fact that he nicked like a vessel in my wife's brain. I got stories, man. Invite people who've never seen Sweeney Todd over the movie and dinner and serve them. That's the play, Ninja. I was told I didn't go to med school, go home and cook something. 2 days later, had emergency removed. Oh my God, Savannah. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I hear about that shit all the time, and it really sends me over the edge. But I get it. One time, my wife, after a brain surgery, same doctor, was trying to tell them that, and this is after this was her 6th surgery, so she's already had 5 of them. And he didn't sew up her brain sac. If you guys don't know, your brain floats in like fluid to keep it suspended. It doesn't have any bones or anything, so it doesn't have any structure. So without the fluid, it just flattens. So my wife's literal cerebral like fluid was fucking coming out of her nose. And her brain literally almost split in half. Same scenario as you. They wouldn't fucking listen to her. Ooh, I got mad. So if you can see the energy that is starting to get created talking to this, now imagine me on Twitter. Because I don't hold back. I get really, really angry. Because it takes me back to that moment. Ugh. He's not our doctor anymore. He fixed it, though. Surgery 7 and 8. Ugh. Anyway. Choke. Sometimes I feel bad because I know I have this like undercurrent of anger inside me, and I know from reading philosophy and all of this stuff, like objectively, I should probably like work on that. But oh man, I don't know if I can. I don't. Anyway. These things are cool. These are the forgotten books. I'm not sure what this one is. It might be, but what this company does, if you ever see this like specific like cover, the title would change. It's a reprint series. So what they do is, when older books go into, what's that, like fair use or common use or whatever the word is, the copyright and stuff wears out. So what they'll do is they'll digitize the books, and then when somebody wants it and they can't either afford or find the original one, they'll print you out a paperback one, and this is what it looks like. So this is a contemporary copy of Nature's Miracles, Electricity and Magnetism, if that makes sense. And a lot of you guys probably already knew that, but in case you didn't, there you go. And these are always really, really cool, because they're an old-ass book that doesn't really exist anymore. You know what I'm saying? So, fun. Run this one real quick. Did my music stop again? Gotta have music. Oh, there we go. Fun. Oh, Dave, I appreciate it. Savannah, I appreciate. Sorry, I didn't see your comments. Her last surgery was, half a decade ago. It was pre-COVID. So we're living the life now, and she has good days, bad days, and this just is what it is. You guys know. You just change your chessboard, you adapt, and you become a weird guy that sells books in his basement, and you stay home with your wife and you just make it work. You make it work. Swanson and Swanson. This is a biography of some lady. I can't remember exactly, but that's a really cool picture there. That is wild. Super fun. But we try to help people out. Her first surgery was probably 15, 20 years ago. So we spend a lot of that angst and that anger and that energy trying to like help other people and build community. And, I spend a lot of that excess energy yelling at bad doctors and bad politicians, trying to get them to fix some of these things. A lot of disability advocates on Twitter. More so as COVID continues to do its thing. Obviously we're out of the really scary acute part of it, but there's a lot of long-term effects that are kind of manifesting in disability now. So most of my energy goes there. A lot of like you can get COVID-induced MECFS, which is, what my wife deals with, with the PIM and the POTS and all that kind of stuff. So we've been trying to advocate for masks in healthcare to make it easier for folks who need to not get sick to access healthcare. That's really been the focus. We are not doing well. By the way, we are losing that fight. But we're going to keep fighting it, because you don't fight just when you win. You fight because it's right. Art of String Quartet, practice technique and interpretation. I love this stuff. I love wind instruments. Violin is my favorite instrument on the planet, and it makes my brain happy. Does that make sense? It really mellows me out. A good song. So $1 on this. I just thought this was super cool. What's up, Stormy June? Osa, Birdie Girl. But yeah, community. An acceptance of where you are in the chessboard is important. A little counterintuitive. Some people are like, I'm going to rage against this. But whereas that energy, you really, if it's a chronic illness, needs to be used to quality of life. You know what I'm saying? So... there it is right here. Shakespeare. But yeah. 23 plays and sonnets, revised edition. Very, very cool. I wish I knew who Mary Ann Livingston was. So Shakespeare, and this is not just Shakespeare, like the actual like plays where you can read it, but it has a lot of artwork from contemporary, either productions. I don't know if they're Hollywood productions, but maybe stage productions. You know, because we do photography during the stuff. I used to be in college. I did a lot of theater. My wife did too. We loved it. We still do it. I don't think we don't really have community theater. That's actually something I wanted to do in college. I went to, for a while there, I went to school for like a theater business degree, which was like half theater degree, half business degree. I'm fully aware I'm not talented enough to like do anything with like acting, but I knew that, right? I just enjoyed it, but I knew I could be okay at business and maybe empower folks who were talented to have a space to do something. I would have been totally happy with that. Didn't work out that way though. I have a 1 in a million. What's it say? I have 1 in a million neuromuscular disease called. Wow, it's really fun. Think the Tin Man from Wizard of Oz with tetany. Oh, that's kind of like a locked in kind of syndrome thing. That's wild, Jack. I had never heard of that. I'm gonna add that to my list to learn. Stiff person syndrome. Add to notes. So I'm ADD as shit, and I used to carry around a little black book in my pocket for when I wanted to remember to like look something up. But now I use AI. So I'm gonna look that up. I've never heard of that one before. If you don't mind me asking, like, how is it like a constant thing, or is it like a trigger kind of a deal? You don't have to answer if you don't like. I understand. Sometimes my questions can be a bit invasive. So I'm going to ask the question anyway, but you don't have to answer if you don't want to. I won't be like offended. Oh, where is that book? Oop, that Destroyer book is right over here. Ooh, where is it? Oh, it's over here. Yeah. Okay. All right, Destroyers, 60 years. Again, technology, man. Big-ass boats with big-ass guns making big-ass holes in places. Carrying ships planes that are also going to put big-ass holes in things. So, it's a lot of metal. Sometimes when I really sit and think about it, like, I understand, like, the physics, like, but, like, just how heavy these things must be, you know? 1962. Thank you, Dave. Some hours are worse than others. Some days are worse. Yeah, I get that. That's tough. It's similar. Like, obviously, it's not the same. My wife deals with something different, but like the nature of not knowing when it's gonna hit is really rough. Do you know what I mean? Like when you wake up in the morning, like, you know, you have that moment. Like, is today going to be a good day or a bad day? I don't know yet. And I don't know if people really kind of understand the mental impact that something like that has on a soul over time. You know what I mean? I will say this, some of the neatest, most interesting, most philosophically grounded people I've met are people that deal with some sort of issue. Like, I'm always reminded of Paul from the Bible, and he asked God, take this thorn from my side. And God was like, nah. And I always thought that was like cruel, right? And it is probably cruel, but at the end of but I wonder how much of it made Paul who he was. And we don't know what the thorn was in the Bible. And of course, again, at the end of the day, like, there is an argument to be made. Yeah, I might be cool, but it still sucks. You know what I mean? Because it does. Character building notwithstanding. But, Popular Science. Let's run that one. It's right over here. So, really neat book. Story of Electricity and Magnetism. I found this in the same as those forgotten books we had just ran. This stuff is really neat. Like, the things you can do with magnets. That's how they make electricity. They just wrap up magnets and and then they run them through like copper really fast, which creates like a positive negative charge, which then that's what electricity is essentially. And then they just, siphon it off to a storage device or off down a circuit to somewhere else. Oh, that's a cool frontispiece. Look at that. just in case there's ever an apocalypse and you need to know how to make electricity. Find copper, find magnets, and spin it around real fast. Is the shortest version of that story. Yep, no good days, just better ones. But I'm an optimist, so a good day for me is probably a terrible one for something else. Amen, Jack. I have 3 kids in homeschool. Life has to go on, and it will, and it does. And I it's very laudable that you pivoted to a situation that was more manageable. We also homeschool our kids. It was just easier, I mean, anyway, I can't. It's hard in a lot of ways, but anyway, you get it. There's nothing ever so simple. Like everything that I really appreciate the bids on that, guys. Thank you very much. Let's run this P2109. This is, if you guys don't know what PT109 is, this is JFK. JFK was actually in World War II, and apparently he saved a whole lot of people on a boat. Honestly, it's probably one of the things that helped him get elected many times. So he is no John Kerry, right? Sorry. John Kerry's big old thing was the boats in Vietnam. And I'm not really making a comment on that. I don't know how much of that was true or not true. And, especially when you get into elections and whatnot, people are ripping on each other all the time and stuff. So you never know what the hell. All right, let's run this one over here. Upton Sinclair, very famous author here. The one that I'm probably most familiar with from him is, of course, it Can't Happen Here, which is, American dystopia type stuff. Flyver King, run this. This is a reprint of a 1937 book. Thank you, Dave. We'll run The Last Kennedy, which is over Chaw. Oh, where are you, Mr. Kennedy? Oh, there it is. The Last Kennedy. All right. You appreciate it, Dave. Thank you. This is this is a Kennedy biography. I found a lot of Kennedy and Nixon stuff all in the same spot. Edward M. Kennedy, Massachusetts. Oh, I'm sorry. This is not JFK, but a different Kennedy. There was a lot of Kennedys, a lot of dynasty. We almost had another president Kennedy too, Ted or something, I think. Again, this is a little bit before my time, but apparently he was on his way to win some major election, and then he got into either an accident that killed a lady or he hit somebody, and then that was it for him. It's not this guy, but it's a different guy. There was a lot of Kennedys. That's the point. That's the point I'm trying to make. There's a lot of Kennedys. There's a lot of Bushes. A lot of all those folks. We have our own dynasties. So we're going to run this J.M. Barrie next. This is a really kind of a cool little thing. J.M. Barrie, if you don't know who that is, he is the author of Peter Pan. And I don't think it's this book. It might be, but the first appearance of Peter Pan, I don't think was a full story of Peter Pan. He appeared as another character in that. Let me see which one that is. What book did Peter Pan first appear in? And that story is super cool. When this author, he gave the rights to Peter Pan to the nursery. It's in Little White Bird. Ever come across any older H.G. Wells stuff? Is it Dystopian Meets Politics, World Order? I rarely, but I do come across H.G. Wells. Speaking of what you just described, I found this one recently where he's talking about the danger of technological advancement, and he's using the context of airplanes and stuff. But anyway, yeah, I don't have any real banger H.G. Wells right now, but I am always on the lookout for it for sure. I would say if I had to specialize, I pick up all books, and I try to be knowledgeable a little bit about everything. But if I had to say if I was one kind of book guy, I'd be a collectible book guy. So, thanks for the bids on this, guys. This is J.M. Barrie's a old school good dude too. Like I said, he gave the rights to Peter Pan in perpetuity to the foster home or orphanage or whatever it was. And so that way they would never, ever, ever, and still aren't worrying about money to my knowledge. Hopefully that's true. It was true the last time I looked that up. But the next one here, we're going to do Third School Year by Ellen Reef. Just kind of an old, it's a 1906. Some nice illustration. The Aurora, it says there. I love these little things. People use these for display, to have them on the shelf. They use them for crafts. You know, lots of neat things to do with these older books. $1. That's a good dollar. I just don't want to throw it away. You know what I'm saying? What else we got here? The Total War. That's right down here. So, we appreciate it, Dave. Thank you. Total War, again, this is a more contemporary book. The Defining Battles of the Bloodiest Century in Human History, and this is all of the battles. Verdun, I actually met the nephew of a person who was in the Battle of Verdun. I actually saved his whole collection. And he himself had served in World War II. So, and his uncle had served in Verdun, at Verdun. And actually written a book about it. And I have a copy of it somewhere. I kept it because it was signed. And I didn't get to meet the World War I soldier. I bet the nephew, but... And the nephew, he was, he was pushing 80 or 90 at the time. They were getting ready to, they had this huge house and just full of everything from his whole life. And I think they were getting up in age and they needed some assistance. So I came in and saved all the books. I took 60 boxes out of that house. This was 2 or 3 years ago. And that was before I did this full time. It took me months to get through all that. It's only allowing me to bid zero. Anyone ever experienced? That's weird. Yeah, I don't know why it would do that, Savannah. That's weird. I don't know what the deal is there. I've never heard of that before. So the next one we're in is Richard Nixon in the Arena, political memoir. I will say a lot of all the things that I'm running right now are stuff with pre-bids on it. I don't know if that might make a difference. But it shouldn't say zero, though. That's weird. A memoir of victory, defeat, and renewal. Again, Nixon was a character. Love him or hate him. He definitely had an impact on where we are now. So, he was a character, though. People liked him until they didn't. Shortest version of that story, huh? Watergate did him in. Oh, yeah. It's funny. The first time I had ever heard of Watergate was the Forrest Gump movie as a kid. Because that's how ADD works. So that whole scene where Tom Hanks, Forrest Gump, was looking and saw the people in the hotel and then called it in. And so anyway, I went from that to like figuring, learning what it was. So super fun. Let's do the musicals. Dude, where is it? Did I not run that already? What is that? Song and dance. It's down there somewhere. Maybe it's over here. All right, we will come back to that one apparently. Let's run Ernie's War. It is my understanding that Ernie Pyle is his stories and stuff was kind of the inspiration for G.I. Joe. Is that accurate? I think somebody told me that, or I looked it up once. So the best of Ernie Pyle's World War II dispatches. For those of us to whom World War II has been only images in newsreels or monolithic history in a book, Ernie's words breathe like an intimate conversation. He is our eloquent bridge across time. Ernie Pyle. So, 1986 on this one. We can rewatch and reboot book multiple times and always catch something new. Absolutely, yeah. Oh, and there's so many references to stuff. Like if you don't if you're not paying attention, they could make this wonderful ass joke that you don't get because you don't have context. And I hate not getting stuff. I have a saying, and I say it all the time. It's perfectly okay to not know. It is not okay to continue to not know. You know? And I say it just like that with the at the end. But yeah. So I absolutely agree. Watching stuff multiple times every single time, because you're a different person when you watch it, right? There's that other old saying, like, a man never steps into the same, he never steps in a stream. The stream is never the same, and he's never the same. If that makes sense. I'm probably butchering that, but. All right, where is that book? We've been talking about Terry Schiavo. Now I put Terry Schiavo somewhere, and I don't know where I put Terry Schiavo. Is that the one we're running? Yep, sure is. You guys see it? Oh, there it is. There, I found it. I found Terry. This was a sad story. I think this is the one where she, they put her on life support. Is that what this one was? And then there was like the whole debate on rights and who had the right to do what and when, and it was just like a big national thing. If I remember correctly. It's sad. Okay, that's what it was about. Yeah, I remember it being a huge deal. I think it was in Florida this happened. So really sad time. As an advocate, check her out. Her husband was a lot like you, it seems like. Oh, really? So she was, okay. Yeah. So I guess she had a lot of medical issues, and then he was taking care of her, and then it went way south, and then he wanted to let her go in dignity, and then her parents were like, nah, fam, or is that what happened? Yeah, because I don't know. My wife, I don't know if she'd want to come back. So, but yeah, what put her down? What put her down? Was it a stroke or? It's very sad. It's all very sad. Life can be sad. So, all right, this one is really cool. This also, this here is a paperback, and it's very cool in its own right. But don't get me wrong. But the actual like first editions, like hardcovers of this particular book are like a fortune. So if Bolo alert, again, not this particular paperback, but the hardcover first editions of this is pretty intense, if I remember correctly. This is Black Elk Speaks, being the life story of a holy man of the Oglala Sioux. So again, anything Native American is just super collectible and something that we should be aware of. Parents wanted to leave her on life support. Bailey certainly did a really good podcast. I'll have to check it out. Who's the name? Bailey. I'll have to check that out. Add to notes. See, and this right here is absolutely how I learn and get exposed to new things. Add to notes. Done. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm always listening. I'd probably listen to podcasts more than I do anything else. Keith, thanks for the bit on the Black Elk Speaks there. We're going to do this Viktor Frankl next. Man's Search for Meaning. For obvious reasons, philosophy and all that stuff is pretty important to me. And I probably should leave these bookmarks in there. But anyway, an ex-lib copy. I just important book, $1. Got to save it. It's a rule. The MAID program in Canada, Canadian veteran just wanted a new wheelchair, and they came and talked to her about right to die. It would be hard to think of her husband as an advocate. The MAID program has got me a little concerned. It really, really does, because it really, really does matter, because, we all have dark moments, dark days, and there are, how do I say this? There are recurring things in that a lot of us will all struggle with when dealing with the disability, especially in the context of those around us that we love dearly. There are some very few phrases that could very, very quickly put anybody in that going down a spiral. And I do think that there should be an advocate there anytime MAID is being discussed. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to say there's never a reason to use MAID or anything like that. I am not for me to decide. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, we need to be very, very careful that it's not serving any other needs other than the person in question. Do you know what I'm saying? Inconvenience for society because they don't want to do accommodations is not a reason to push MAID at all. So I'm with you 100%. And yeah, we need advocates. Yeah, it's sad, but the doctor can decide without your consent. Yeah, God. Mr. C, do you have any books on Lincoln or the Civil War? I'm sure I do. There's a couple of books probably left here in this show about Civil War. I don't know if I have anything about Lincoln left. I don't actually at this point, I don't totally know what I have left. To be fair, I think we're about 4.5 hours in at this point. Encyclopedia of Organic Gardening. Very, very cool old book. I know I have at least a paperback on Civil War I thought I still had from just sitting here. And I probably do have more. I'll have to get up after the show, though, if it's not already in the show. So, very nice book here. Organic Gardening. Kind of think of it when there's going to be no chemicals left to use for gardening, right? So anyway, nice book. 1975. Dave bought all the books. Dave does do that from time to time. Are you there in your shop? I'd have hold on. Civil. The Brian, yeah, you might have to either go to the overall shop as well. I'm not 100% sure what all I have left. You might look through and you might end up being disappointed. Because I tried to pull a lot of those books into this show, but I'm sure I have more. I'll have to let me get through the rest of these pre-bids and I'll take a look for you. Richard Nixon, Six Crises. Again, another book by Richard Nixon. I actually did not know he wrote this much. I definitely learned that through this process. So let me run this right quick. So I'm gonna try to go pretty quick. Let me see. Oh, you got the Battle of Arnhem. That's a good one. That's a real good one. Thank you, Dave. Battle again. This is I think the UK fought this or London or whatever. And apparently, if they had won this battle, it likely would have ended the war much sooner and probably without atomic bombs. So this is a neat one. I didn't until I found that book. I didn't know anything about this battle. So. Sweet, yeah. Just when you throw the pre-bid on there, my friend, and I'll definitely get to it on the list. And so far as in the auction, now there's the auction, and then there's the overall marketplace, right? So if you see something in the overall marketplace that isn't in this show specifically, just let me know, and I can pull it into the show, and then take care of you in that way. Thanks for the Battle of Arnhem pickup. All right, now we got to find that Davy Crockett. I think I may have left that Davy Crockett in the back, but we got to go back there here in a minute anyway. So we'll grab that in a sec. All right, let me actually go to the next one. Actually, let me run this lot here. Let me make sure I grab them all. So 5 books total. Children. Okay. Here we go. Okay. So this one's really cool too. I put this together, and it's got some neat ones. This is a really neat book here. Dramatic novel, The Passion and Power of Kemal Atatürk, hero of the Turkish Empire. But I put this one together because I just thought it was kind of funny. The Descent of Woman, The Evolution of Man. Shut up, he explained, mansplaining. Children are the challenge, and of course, then the House of War. I just thought this was hilarious. I couldn't tell you what each book is about, but this one's a neat one. I don't know what some of these are about, but yeah. Anyway, Evolution of Man, and then The Descent of Woman. And then, anyway. And then you'll get a house at war. Anyway, that was the theme. All parents needs books, but those I know they're about having a family. I know. So anyway, I thought that was fun. I think it looks good on a shelf. And even this one here, I think, has the good spine. Anyway, I won't take that off. It's. I appreciate it, Dave. Thank you. I crack myself up. Somebody's got to, right? All right, we're going to run this Agnes next. The DeMille. She's a famous choreographer and dancer, I want to say. I did a lot of theater and dance in college, and that's where I first came across Miss DeMille. So, very, very famous. So there's that. Nice little BCE. $2 on that. All right, let me grab this one. Rev Johnson, which is right over Cha. All right, thank you, Dave. Story of the Church, Reverend Johnson, Jerome Hanna, and Sister Dominica. So a little bit of a rip there. We'll leave that in there. So this is it's a textbook. It's a religious, probably like a Catholic school textbook. How the church flourished in the age of stuff, new fountains of holiness. So glory of martyrs, as it were. Story of the Church. We'll run that. 1935. All right, let me run The Last Battle, which is right here. All right, thank you, Dave. Last Battle, Cornelius Ryan. This is the first edition. I usually find this in book club edition, but this is the Book of the Month Club, the trade edition. So beautiful end papers, obviously. You guys can see here's the back end papers. Some photos. The Führer's coat. There's Mr. Adolf. He was a character. So he was a character. So The Last Battle. Oh, I just had it in the list. Where'd it go? Here we go. Run that. 1966 on this one. So, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. This has been a long one. This is officially the longest I've ever been on WhatNot in a single stream. That's cool. I like that. Let's do. Oh, this one's fun. This little bundling right here. Let's grab that. Dave, you're going to get 2 boxes again, I think, friend. I really liked the bold colors of this. I try to go with like a blue, green, kind of cooler palette and try to make it a little like nerdy. Women in Psychotherapy, Mathematics Dictionary, Calculus, just a really kind of cool calculus cover, linen boards, really nice. And then Atomic and Nuclear Physics. You know, a bit of light reading. So anyway, nice decor lot or whatever else you want to use for it. Big, nice, heavy, thick books. So we'll run that real quick. You put it on the Civil War. Cool. We got you. Dave, what did you say? I'm sorry. Put a pre-bid, Civil War. Okay, let me grab that. Thank you, Savannah. I appreciate the bids there, guys. And then the Bruce Catton. Where's that at? I know exactly what you have. I just had it in my hand a second ago. Oh, there it is. Oh, I do have a Civil War one. Like, I could have just said yes. I truly didn't remember. 3 volumes in one. Mr. Lincoln's Army as well, which meets your other criteria. So super fun. Normally, I would have probably had that off the top of my head that this was still in here, but I'm a little tired. All right, let me run Civil War for you. Civil War. All right, 10 seconds on the clock. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate you. All right, back to the pre-bids. You're a busy man, I understand. I try to hang in there. All right, appreciate that. Thank you, Brian. The paper doll thing, I think, is in the back. Ooh, the Alcott. Cool. I'm glad somebody got that. This Little Women over here is really neat. It's illustrated really nicely. By Derek James. This is a contemporary copy of this. So here's your boards. Beautiful artwork. Look at that. So 1988, Ariel Books is who made this one. So it should be illustrated with throughout. Oh, there you go. Okay. So it got a few more plates throughout. Ooh, where are you? There you are. So very neat. A sudden silence fell upon the room as the young pair took their places under the green arch. So very fun. Nice book. That's a nice book. 1988 on this one. Random Specific Request Fossil Books. Maybe? Let me see. Inventory. Hold on. There's this guy I watch on YouTube all the time. He does like unfiltered news, like from whatever is going on in the world. And he always, whenever something happens, he always goes, hold on. We're like, we're holding, bro. And anyway. All right. So Fossil, you said? Look up Civil War 2. So I have that one and that one that may not be what you're looking for, but I'll add it real quick. And then let me look for Civil War while I'm in here as well. Civil War, if I got any left. Oh, this is cool. This is James Lee Burke, but that's tomorrow night. This is in that show. This Jeff Shara stuff, I have outside. Add that real quick. Oh, this is cool. I have that outside too. So the ones I'm adding now, they'll show up in the buy nows if you guys can look at it. There should be descriptions in there too. I try to write descriptions of what the book is actually about in each of the books. This is already in the show, I think, this one. So, and then I have some Marvel comics about Civil War. That may or may not be what you're looking for, though. I get that. All right, let me run this Geese Calling next. All right, hold on. All right, Geese Calling by Stuart Edward White. Again, very cool book. 1942, it says on this. And I think it's literally exactly what you would think it's about, right? Fun. Old linen book. I like it. All right. $2 on this. Start. My grandma gave me this book. It went through her crane. So glad to find it. Cool. Oh, very cool. I love stuff like that. That's awesome. Every now and then I'll get a message just like the one that you're giving me. It really brings, that's awesome. Like, I really dig how the chaos of the universe can bring things together like that. You know what I'm saying? And it gives me energy to keep going. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I found you. Oh, was that book there? That's cool. How neat is that? Chaos taketh, chaos giveth. I dig. No, that's neat. I'm glad I found it. I'm not even sure where I found it, but I'm glad I found it. You know what I mean? That's fun. Ooh, Nursery Tales. Where's Nursery Tales? Nursery Tales. Nope. It's not Nursery Tales. Here we go. Nursery Tales. So this is probably more indicative of kind of an older one. Sometimes you'll see this will be blue as well, but it can also be silver. Here's your back. Something that I learned just the other day is one of the ways that you identify the age of the print is it'll give you a letter and it's on the back page at the bottom. So this is I. I have a few others in here that are C, and then the one you're looking for is, of course, A. But this is older Nursery Tales. So I learned that literally today or yesterday. Thank you, Janabla. I appreciate the bid on this one. I'm going to try to start bringing some more golden books, especially let me ask you guys this. Do you guys really like just the old golden books, or you want any golden books? Because I have probably 50 to 100 golden books in my antique mall right now. So that's cool. Let's do this First Lady's Cookbook next. My wife and I found this yesterday, didn't we, babe? Poor thing. A favorite recipes, new edition. So this is cool. It's literally what it sounds like. It's recipes from the wives of our leaders. Coolidge, Harding, you saw JFK. We found it 2 days ago. Cleveland, Rutherford B. Hayes. I know you were thinking heavily about Rutherford B. Hayes this morning. James Polk, etc., etc. So really cool. I find this probably once or twice a year. It's always a neat little thing. I dig it. 10 seconds on the clock. And then what are we going to run next? The Home Beyond. Let me see if I can find that real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Who thanks, Dave? That's a cool one. That's a fun one. That is a fun one. All right. We're going to run this lot next. This Fun Spines with the Hans Breker, the Chief American Poets. This is a fun one. It's an older one. I love you, sweetheart. Okay. I'm sorry you're having a rough one, hon. All right. Hans Brinker. Okay. Making of a President. Yeah, there we go. I got him. Here we go. They kind of fell over. So, yeah, Chief American Poets, One Basket, Making a President, Hans Breker, Kenneth Robert Reader. I'm not going to lie, I didn't necessarily have a not just a color theme here. But those are cool, and they're all about the same size, which is kind of nice. I like them when they line up. So, Making of the President in there is 1960, I think, or 1960, whatever it said. But anyway, let me run this 10 seconds, and then I'll get the next one ready. Savannah, I appreciate the bid on this one, friend. Love the Red Hot Chili Peppers, too. All right. get this for you. We're gonna do the other two, the big lots. We'll do this 6 Booker next. This is kind of a blue, yellow, beige, red kind of vibe going on. So this one I kind of wanted to do like a color wheel thing. Kind of go from like the yellows to the reds to the greens to the blue, maybe something like that. I don't know. I was having fun with it. And my kids were helping out. It was a good time. So start this. What's up, Beardman? Beardman, haven't I been stringing these for so long? This is officially the longest I've streamed in one go. Savannah Brady, thank you. All right. Run that one. We'll do this other decor lot real fast. Of course, that's always relative. So we got Scapegoat. We got... And this is another Agnes DeMille book there. Kontiki, which is a famous one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Woo! There's a couple more here. Where'd the other ones go? Elements of... Oh, here we go. Right in front of my face. Okay. Cool. So this was kind of like a beige, and I thought the blue would go well with the pink here. Anyway, Comachero, Scapegoat, which is a Daphne du Maurier, which is another famous one. Agnes. Kontiki is famous. Thomas Merton. So solid books, and they look cool. So no dust jackets, obviously. So run that for you. I appreciate you giving these homes. I get a lot of books. I don't want to throw them away. These are good for decor. They're good for art projects. Like I've been saying, there's illustrations even in some of these still. So fun. Thank you, Savannah. Oh, my feet. All right. Let's run this Toni Morrison. I love Toni Morrison. She has a special place in my heart. The area that I'm local in, I tell people this all the time. They banned Bluest Eye by Toni Morrison, and I hadn't read it or heard of Toni Morrison at the time, but it pissed me off so much that I read it in a day, and I wrote like a 4-page, like for parents, like thing for parents to be able to speak intellectually about the thing that they were discussing that they had never read, right? So I read it, and then anyway, thank you, Brian. But they ended up, ACLU got involved. I wasn't any part of that. I just wrote the thing and, but they ended up getting it unbanned. I'm not sure where it ended up, but, so let me run this 30th anniversary here. I will get you whatever you want. I will get you the green burritos. 100%. And anything else you want from I'll get you a whole ass Taco Bell if you want. You want a whole ass Taco Bell?
I'm so hungry and nothing's staying now.
I'm sorry, baby.
I'm pitiful.
Oh.
I said I didn't want pity, but I changed my mind.
Okay, you can have pity, honey. You can have tacos. We'll get you
I've been
tacos.
strong all day, goddammit.
Okay, and you were strong the last whole week.
Multiple weeks.
Of course.
I've been kicking ass.
You have been kicking ass. We're getting Taco Bell today, friends. The 30th anniversary Reader's Digest. Poor thing. I tell you, huh? You'll take that. I'll get you a whole ass Taco Bell. Poor thing. I'm off to go get dinner started. Have a great rest of your 4th. I'll shoot you the link to the pod. Oh, heck yeah. I hope your wife's night gets better. Taco Bell will help. The one thing that stays down no matter what is bean burritos. So And then, not to be gross, but sometimes she's like, it tastes just as good on the way up. So you got to have a humor about these things sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Just to get through. But I appreciate that. I will let her know your good wishes. She's having a rough one today. Let me grab these. It's just that age-old battle between, like, do you stay in bed and hurt a little bit and watch life kind of go by, or do you get out of bed, try, and then you pay the price sometimes. And it's like what do they call that? That book by Joseph Heller, Catch 22. What?
We got more books.
We do, yeah. And my wife's been helping me at the Goodwill bins. She's been helping me, fight against the scanners. Even though, again, I always say that like kind of jokingly. My scanners are good people. They give me books. I give them books, and we try to have like a symbiotic relationship. I don't complain, and they leave me all the old stuff. Huh?
We cooperate.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, we cooperate. Pre-bid on Frank McNitt. Okay. All right, thank you, Savannah. What's Frankie got going on? I got to go grab those the paper doll books there. Let me grab these.
Oh my God, I used to love paper doll books.
What do you need, hon?
I used to love paper doll books.
Oh, they're super. I got a couple of them in the back.
Oh, I used to go through those like crazy. Loved them. I took very good care of mine.
I might. Okay, we're getting down to the nitty gritty here. Let me see what else. Would you say Frank something or other was a pre-bid? Pre-bid on Frank McNitt. Let's see what Frankie's got. Oh, there it is. Frankie. The spider guy. And Nasazi, my first introduction to that particular word, I think he's like an African spider god or something. This might be something completely different, and I might be misremembering, but yeah, very nice little college book there. $1 on the clock. I said I was done, but you pulled my pre-bid item. Sorry. I apologize. That's funny. All right. I think I got to run to the back and grab a few of these other pre-bids. I am not seeing them in front of me. And the reason why that happened was because, thank you for this pickup. We're doing an ADHD show tomorrow night. And when I say that, it's just sci-fi, horror, romantic. It's more contemporary stuff as opposed to the old shit show, which we find ourselves in right now. So do definitely, come to that show if newer stuff is your jam. I think I'm going to have to run to the back and grab the rest of these pre-bids because I think they got mixed in with that other show. So hang tight. Let me go do that real quick. I won't spend any more time back there than I need to. There's one of the paper dolls there. Okay. So here's one paper doll. These things are really neat. I wasn't overly aware of them, and then I came across a collection that just had a mountain of them. And then, so now I see them all over the place. Amanda Goes West. What's up, Kathy? So let me run this real quick, and I'm going to run in the back, go grab those other things. We'll knock out these few last pre-bids, and then we'll see what we do next. We'll be right back. I stacked all that just to have them fall. Let me see. Thank you for this pickup here. on, team. Sorry. I can't. I gotta stack these back up nice. Okay. Be right back. All right, I got two more of them. Sorry about that. Like I said, I've been working on these two shows all week, and I think I have some cross-mogination going on, but that's all right. They're all here. So, Trail of Tears again. Rise and Fall of the Cherokee Nation again. Our history is both good and bad. America both sucks and rocks. We have had our moments in history that are just terrible. We've had some really good laudable moments too. So. This was not a good moment for us. Really was not. So, she come back because through the pre-bid. So this is, I shouldn't even like smile or joke when I have this book in my hand. This really was awful. Really, really was. And the thing is, and I hate to be negative, but that's how America was built, guys. Like I'm not saying that we stayed there and we're still man, but we kind of some of us are though, some of us aren't, a lot of us aren't, a lot of us have moved on, but, you can't I just worry because I am definitely not a He-Man America hater or anything like that, but at the same time, we should know who we are and where we've come from so we don't do it again. And it worries me that they are starting to not teach certain things in school, and because then you don't have the context and you turn into an adult and you don't know any of these things that are within the human experience, and you don't know that these things are possible again, and then it happens. You know what I'm saying? So it's very important that we know our history, if for no other reason, to know the warning signs. Do you know what I'm saying? Am I being weird? I might be being weird, but that's all right because I'm a weird guy. But I'm not wrong. Being weird doesn't make me wrong. Emerson's Essays, Volume 1. This is from late 1800s, I believe. Let me see here. All right, love that one. Just old. The gold is still there. A.L. Burt is the guy there. Whew, I'm running out of words. I appreciate everybody coming in and out. This has been a really awesome show. I really, 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 really appreciate the support and the help and all of that stuff. Let me get that ran. Appreciate you, Tiffany. Thanks for the bids on this, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we're getting towards the end here. We got this one's next. This Home Beyond Our Views of Heaven. Let me find this one real quick. Oh, here it is. So this thing is really neat. Sorry, I'm a little ADD. I get to working and I set something down and who knows where it ends up. But The Home Beyond or Views of Heaven. Here's your, obviously it's in poor condition. Your gold is still good on your edging, your sprayed edges, but here's your back. Here's your book. What do they call them? End papers. But it's just really cool. The Splendor of Heaven. It's got tons of artwork and stuff in it. Normally, given enough time, I would actually scan in all these like little accoutrements. Immortality. Like this, I would scan this in, and that's like a graphic. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, how fun is that? So really good for scrapbooking too, or junk journaling. So just a lot of stuff going for it. I wish it was in better shape. I wish the cover was there. Like, look at that. Guardian Angel. Jacob wrestling with the angel. My knee. Translation of Elijah. That looks like a doré there. So anyway, fun. I love it. It's cool. It's old, etc., etc. So we'll run that. We'll do that for 15 seconds. Do you have older books on the British royal family? Define old. Are you talking like Victorian, or are you talking like any biography that references them? Because I might. Either or. I'm not sure. Bios. We had a ton. At the beginning, I'd have to look. So just so everybody knows, one of the cool things that I try to do, I'm literally trying to be a whole ass bookstore on WhatNot. So if you go to the store, I will generally write the word biography either in the name or in the description itself. So, like, here's a cool one. Robert K. Massey, Castles of Steels. I'll throw that in there. I'm not 100% sure what it's about. But someday I will have a physical storefront. But until that day comes, this is it. Is Catherine the Great British? Is she German? I can't remember. So... But I do, like, we had a Napoleon one earlier. We had... a bunch of stuff. And I've got so much stuff coming in and out. Sometimes it's hard for me to remember exactly what I got in. Do you know what I mean? Like, it gets kind of samey in my head. Elizabeth the Great. That's an old one there. I see Georgie. Where's Georgie? George. We see George? I might be. Oh, is this it? No, it's Franklin. So how can you check your store? So the way that WhatNot works is there's two, like, I call them buckets per se, right? Like, you have the big bucket, right? Which is Marketplace is what they call it. And those are all buy now listings in Marketplace. A lot of sellers, will have like a separate store. It's kind of like shopping eBay to a certain extent, or Mercari. And then you have the smaller buckets, which are the shows, right? And then you can put just items in your shows specifically. I try to do both, right? I try to list the stuff in the shows to present it to you the first time. But if something doesn't sell, which is totally cool, but it doesn't mean somebody doesn't want it eventually. So a lot of times I'll just mark it in to buy it now, and then I'll move it over to Marketplace, and it's available. And then anyway, that's that. So you should be able to answer your question directly, you should just be able to go to my profile, and then somehow, like, that's Marketplace. I can show you. So you come over here. Let me see. Home. Let's go switch to buying. I said switch to buying. Things running so slow. Search. So we'll just type book. So you like products, right? This like a bunch of folks will have products. And then, so all of these are available, and sometimes like it'll still be within the show, but a lot of the time they'll be by now, I think, just to get to mine fast. And I do apologize. I normally do this from not oh goodness, I'm not going to be, here we go. So you go to the profile, and it should be under my profile, right? Yeah. So you go to my profile. Not only will you see like the upcoming shows and stuff, and even some of the ones I'm still working on that are hidden when you're logged in as me, but if you go to shop, and then you can start to see kind of everything, and then you sort by, and all these, and you have filters, you know. buy it nows. And then I think you can even, yeah, so this way, like you just search by buy it now, I have substantially less than the 2000, but then you can go through and all of these things you don't like, you just buy, you know what I mean? You don't have to wait. I've got a little bit of everything, mostly books, some comics, mostly books, some ephemera, but anyway, that's that. Sorry that took me so long to explain. That's tomorrow's show. We'll go over that before we finish. Yeah, and you can make offers on stuff and all of that. Now, I will say this, it gets a little goofy when you buy from like Marketplace and then you buy from a show. Like we can fix it on the back end, but sometimes we miss it, especially if you have like a high volume seller who isn't necessarily looking at all of, the names to make sure that, the orders match up. So if you were buying from a show and then you want to also buy from that seller's marketplace, it might be worth mentioning it to them. So maybe they could pull in the item into the show so that it makes combining the shipping really easy. And then you never will get charged that extra, like, cause if you buy from the marketplace, say you bought like a 3-ounce book from the marketplace and then bought a 3-ounce book from the show, you're going to get charged on that shipping twice. Now, when I go into the back end, I can combine it and hopefully that kicks that money back to you. But just kind of be aware. It's not as it's intuitive, but it's not as intuitive as maybe it should be. But anyway, it will be eventually. But if you ever have any problems or questions, just reach out. I'm happy to answer or help. And if things get charged goofy, just let me know. And then we always fix it. I'm definitely not that guy that's going to quibble over a buck or two. I would rather you just be happy and come back. Buy more books in the future. I'm not one to quibble. So if I can save you a few bucks and that puts a smile on your face, I will certainly do that. This is again Ansel Adams, huge in the photography place. A lot of nature stuff. Ran a lot of organizations. Was just really the kind of go-to dude for the longest time. Composition, his darkroom work is really kind of what he's known for. So real solid. Real solid. I used to be a photographer in another life. And so I kind of update myself every 10 years, just for kicks. All right, let me go in the back. Thank you, Tiffany, for the bronze there. Let me run in the back. We are definitely winding down. We just crossed the 5-hour mark. I need to look for this Davy Crockett book. This song and dance musicals of Broadway, and then the last few pre-bits. I think I have them back. They got mixed in with the other show. So let me go grab those and we'll run those real quick. And I think that will probably wrap it up. And I am then on my way to Taco Bell for the wife. So yeah, let me go look for those. We'll run through the pre-bids. If there's any at that point, we're caught up except for the ones I don't have in front of me. Making sure they're just not sitting in front of me somewhere and I just don't see them. Yeah, nope, they're definitely in the back. All right, let me go run those. Let me go grab those from the back. And then, like I said, we'll run them. We'll check again for any pre-bids. And then we'll probably end up rating someone if anybody's still left. God love you. This has been a marathon. Be right back. A good marathon. A good marathon. Sorry about that, team. The best, it really has been. It's been fun. The longest I've ever streamed, on WhatNot specifically is 5 hours. It's good. I usually at about the 3 hour mark, my brain starts just going, just like really swimmy, and then I start to forget words, and that's usually the signal to wrap it up. You know what I'm saying? But we pushed through. We got good. I feel like I took Ambien and I didn't go to bed. So anyway, beautiful coffee table book, Sauna Dance. I love musical theater myself. I was definitely a theater kid. My wife was a theater kid, and still love it to this day. My oldest is a theater kid. I grabbed the 2 books, Fergie and the Diana. Okay. Oh, from the market. Okay, I'll make sure. Let me write myself a note. I'll make sure that gets combined. Fergie. Yeah, let me write myself a note. Cool. And it's easy to do. It's easy to combine it on the back end. It just takes a sec. Let me grab this. Add 2 notes. Combine Dana's Treasure 72. I thank you for telling me too, because sometimes when you like, I feel bad because sometimes like somebody will do in Marketplace and then they'll order in the show and then I don't catch it, and then it it's another shit. It's another label. So it's $5, but $5 is $5. You know what I'm saying? So thank you for this one, Dave. You collect books on the royals? Okay, cool. Yeah, definitely. I do pick them up. I pick up all that stuff. Princess Diana, Queen Elizabeth. If I can find it, I keep it. All that stuff's fascinating. Leaders are important because they shape societies. Do you know what I mean? And we have to live in this society that is shaped by the things that these leaders do. So I think it's important to know how it all comes together. So Davy Crockett, Own Story, is written by himself, Legends of the West. I'm in St. Louis, so pioneer stuff, the gateway to the West and all that stuff is very, I find quite a bit of it. Like Nora Ingalls Wilder, Little House on the Prairie gal is from here. Davy Crockett, Daniel Boone, just a lot, very much part of our culture here. Dennis, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. And it's really random the way that we get stuff. We usually source things from like Goodwill bins and things of that nature. And then probably the predominant amount of stuff actually comes from like partnering with estate sales and clean outs. And I'm the guy that you call when you have like 50 boxes and you need to get them out of the house so you can sell them. So I work a lot with like real estate agents and stuff like that. So this one here, this last one, this railroad, that side of the seat. Let me go look in the back for that one more time. I could have sworn it was right here, though. I might just run it for sake of brevity, because something tells me it's under a pile of stuff. And at this point, I don't know if I'm going to find it. Good problem to have. Yeah. Let me go look in the back one more time for this, and then and I think if I don't find it right away, we'll just come back and run it, and then if not, we'll just. Oh no, it's right here! I knew it was right here. Yay! I knew I just had it. So I'm a huge Hemingway fan. Is this what this is? Or no. Is this about Key West? Yes. Sorry. I found a bunch of stuff from the Key West, and apparently Hemingway is like his house is in the Key West. So this came with all the rest of the Hemingway stuff, but I don't necessarily think it is about Hemingway. But it is cool nonetheless. Key West is really cool. Okay, that's what I wrote that in the thing. Cool. So this is the I appreciate the bids. I appreciate the bids a lot. So yeah, very cool. Like, I love these little booklets. They're little books. There's some writing in there. What's that say? Oh, that's cool. Look. I think that's written by the author. First edition. Yeah. Okay, super fun. So, neat little pickup. I appreciate that, Dave. Thank you. And guys, I think that is going to wrap it up for me. Let's pull up and let's see someone to raid. So if there's anything else you need in the time it takes me to find someone to raid, definitely shout. I really, 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 really appreciate it. I really hope you guys have a wonderful 4th. I hope you guys are safe and you come back with the same amount of fingers you started with. If you're going to lose one, lose the pinky though, right? And, but anyway, have a great time. Have a good barbecue. I think we're going to do the Rose of Texas. Maybe. They got a lot of books there. Nope, we're doing Bookish Betch because I like that name. That's great. So anyway, folks, I really, 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 really do appreciate it. We're going to be back again tomorrow night to do this show. Let me preview this show real quick while we're wrapping it up. There's going to be a lot of good stuff. Probably, like I said before, the big probably book that people are going to fight over in this one. Let me see. And this is tomorrow night show. Come on, keyboard work. There we go. Oh, what did I do? There we go. I didn't know you could do that. Flame press. That Diana book cover is rare. It is? Which one? From the show? Flame tree. So this one here is probably one that folks will fight over. People really like the Flame Tree Press stuff. So that's probably the big statement piece for the show. Oh, the day Diana died. Is that in here? Or do I have that in my Oh. Yeah, that's a big deal if they didn't have permission to use the photo. I used to be a photographer. Licensing is a big deal. They could have got a percentage of all the royalties from the sale of that book because they didn't get permission for that photo. You really, really don't want to just steal people's work, friends. They had to pull it? Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. They're going to got if they do that. One of my jobs in my previous life was because I was the person who created the work, but I was also in charge of like a lot of our front-facing stuff, branding and whatnot. And I would have to like be on the lookout for our competitors using our image. And I would just send an email to our lawyer and be like, look, here's another one. Here's the photo. Here's the day I took it. We never sued anybody or anything like that. That wasn't what we were about. But we did want them to stop using the work that we paid to create. So if you see more, you can mark it rare. Okay, cool. Yeah, I will. I did not know that. I love learning shit like that. So there's a lot of romantasy in this show for tomorrow night. Just a lot of newer, more contemporary stuff. So some young adult stuff. A couple of books. I can't say a lot, but some books of the month. I do put coloring books and stuff in there. I try to find the kind of neater ones and stuff like that. So it should be fun. Should be a good time. It'll be chill vibe just like this. This is cool. Confessions of an Ugly Stepsister. That's fun. Gregory Maguire is a good time. That's an ex-lib there. This one was cool. Another Gregory Maguire, the story of the rogue tooth fairy. I love retellings, man. I love them so much. So Harper Lee, this person wrote To Kill a Mockingbird. This is the next one. This is a really popular one. It always goes real fast. So anyway, you guys get the idea. Let's do that raid. Let's get the heck out of Dodge. I'm gonna go to Taco Bell, and we're gonna raid Bookish Bitch because I like saying that name. That's a cool name. So guys, thank you. I'm gonna do my best to get this all packed. I'm pretty sure I don't know if the post office is tomorrow, but if it's open, most of it will get in there before noon. If not, all of this will go out on Monday, assuming they don't recognize the holiday on a Monday. But it's a Friday, so they should have done it today. But I don't know. No, Cassie, I know this is the longest I've ever streamed in my whole life. I'm about to fall over, bro. But anyway, it's a long one. It's a good one. More coffee. That's where I'm going. I'm going to go Taco Bell, and I'm going to go get me an iced coffee from McDonald's. That's my plan. It's a hot dog stat. Yeah, just right into the veins, man. That, and give me a hot dog in one hand and a Roman candle in the other, right? But we will be back on tomorrow night. Enjoy the festivities tonight. I hope you guys have a blessed, safe time. Be safe, be cool. Ventilation is always good. And hopefully we'll see you tomorrow night with the same number of fingers and toes.